Delegate
twice.
Yellowhair, second.
We have a motion
Delegate
from
Yellowhair,
Delegate.
second.
Thank you. We have a
Yellowhair.
motion from. We have a motion from Delegate Charles Newton and a second from Delegate Yellowhair to exit executive session. Discussion. Twice. Please proceed to a roll call vote on the motion to exit executive session. Staff.
Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Keon Begay Jr. Honorable Keon Begay Jr. Honorable Keon Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knesset Crotty, and I vote green. Thank you, Shima.
Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty votes green. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Sanaa Halona.
Lauren votes green.
Honorable Sanaa Halona votes green. Honorable Jeremy Henyo.
He votes green.
Honorable Jeremy Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Keon Begay Jr. Honorable Keon Begay Jr. Honorable Keon Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Mr. Chair Pro Temp, you have a vote of 19 in favor and 0 opposed. Mr. Chair Pro Temp not voting.
Thank you very much. Committee members, the chair is open to a motion to accept the report.
Motion Winika. Second by Delegate Otto So.
Chair recognizes a motion from Delegate Winika with a second from Delegate Adoso to accept the report. Committee members, is there further questions or discussion on report DA?
Pro Tem, this is Delegate Crotty.
Delegate Crotty, you recognized?
Yes, thank you. Since it appears that it was properly conducted, could we get an idea, is the position being advertised for the executive director? There are numerous government development issues that need to be addressed. For instance, I know the people want to have more engagement and decision-making authority when it comes to decisions, especially now as we're dealing with ARPA and this next report. The people want to be intimately involved in how that funding is spent. And other areas like for government development to look at is to help in terms of the public safety issues and bringing justice to the families. We, as a nation, we still do not have like a missing persons unit. There's no one entity that a family can call to help in supporting all of these issues that are talked about, but there's no organized office or staff that are charged to do this. And the other area was, and I've raised, is the line item veto, and that there's been an unbalance in terms of how projects are funded, and especially in what areas they're funded. And so the possibility was to look at could the chapters through resolution be that authority to be able to overturn or override these line item vetoes, and that would give the people the direct say through their vote and through their resolution, because I think there's so many challenges. So government development's been around for 20 years, and we're still having these same conversations. And I just think we need, there's been some strategic planning in the past, and so we just need to really hear from the people and get this office to at least yearly have some type of public, or having the people voting on different items, so that they have a direct, they can guide us on some of these policy decisions to make sure that we're as a council and as the president, vice president, representing them to the best of our abilities. And the last area, Pro Tem, I just want to give you an update and thank police department for the update on the children. This is in an area, I think it's been disclosed, like north of Seattle, and the vehicle's been found, but the children and the individual are still on foot. So we're trying to get some pictures of the children. Our internet is down here, so I'm not able to access that. But I think if we could, if staff, if you have the connections, even if you could send me some screenshots to this group text, that would be helpful, so we could start assisting. And they do have some air support from the state, and our federal agents are helping. But we want to make sure that we, again, the priority, getting our children, making sure our children are safe. And I think that's where this office can be of help, because for my own experience, every tribal consultation, I'm literally developing those talking points myself. I don't know if it's a trauma thing. I don't know where a lot of these programs are, but like when we talk about Violence Against Women Act, we're pulling together the data, we're scouring what's been said, and we need like this beacon of hope on the nation. Like, how are we going to transform our government to meet the needs of the people rather than this overinflated government trying to tell the people what they need? And I think that's what this office can do. So if we can advertise and move forward with this position, it could at least restore some integrity on how we want to, and the councils and senator legislative branch, it can go over these priorities. You know, if it's public safety, if there's issues like the water issue, or there's other areas, having speaker staff try to do as much research as they can, that's a recipe for failure, because they cannot accommodate the needs of the 24 delegates. That's why we have commissioners who should be bringing in their local issues, other commissioners who represent other entities, and then those conversations culminate, and then you have staff there. That's what's valuable. You have policy analysts, you have people on the ground who can research and get things done. And I think that's where we have to be strategic, because right now, you ask anybody, and we may think we're doing a lot of work, we're putting in a lot of hours, but the people out there just feel things are the same. And we need to pivot and be courageous enough to say that this system does not work for us. And what is that system then that truly can bring in those voices? And not everybody is the same. There's going to be disagreements, but there has to be enough spaces where people can talk it out, bring in their expertise, and really change some of these reforms. We talked about membership that was developed in the mid-1950s. We've talked about land reform. We've talked about all of these issues, and it's this office that should be churning out that information. They could be partnering with tribal colleges. They could be partnering with universities. And we should be citing their work and their research, and it's just not happening. So I wanted to say that in terms of, I know the majority of the report was an executive session over a personnel matter. I don't really want to get too into that, because I think there's a fine line in terms of how delegates interact when it comes to personnel issues. And I think there's some maybe issues or recommendations from the conversation that could be tweaked. And also in terms of then how I just really want to magnify the voice of what we say to people. We always like kind of co-opt that. Well, the people want this and the people want that. Okay, well, give them the opportunity to engage in decision making so that we could hear directly from them. So if it's at that chapter level, if it's at a level that meets their needs, and so many of our constituents who are not able to go directly to the chapter, and we've talked about, and I appreciate the recommendation, you know, what does that look like to have an urban chapter, or chapters that are representing individuals who are not physically living at home. And so I think that's the dynamic that we could be looking at for this office. So I'm not sure if that job vacancy is posted, but if that could be something that's done in other areas for legislative branch, like we need our auditor general. That's been an acting position. We need an elections director, because another big election is coming up next year. And so we need to like keep ourselves accountable, so that when we stand or when we talk and we bring up issues, our house is in order. And so I appreciate understanding the questions that were posed and understanding some of the concerns that my colleagues have. And I also think there's amazing planners and strategists out there, Navajo-led strategists, who can help us get there, because we always have to be accountable for the work that we do. And I don't think there's been any type of assessment of council effectiveness, I think probably since like 2008, when the reduction was started. So from 2008 to present, that's what, 13 years, you know, is we need to be reflecting on that. How does that work, or what do we need to do as a council to continue to pivot? And transparency, we're moving in the right direction. And I do know that the people want more documents, like what's given to us as delegates through our emails. The people are asking, why can't I get a copy? So maybe there should be some type of system that's in play where the people then have access to not only everything that council receives, but also from the executive programs, so they can understand, you know, how these programs are set up, what they're set up, what's their intention, and really then are they doing that? Are they providing the service to the people? And I hear my colleagues talk about this, but if we could get more ears on the ground, more people to analyze and to research for us, I think we can at least start, you know, shortening that gap of our everyday average Navajo citizen who wants to engage with their government. And this should be the office that sends that out. So thank you, Pro Tem, for the time and the opportunity, and my colleagues for all of your concerns and the issues that were raised. I'd appreciate that. I'd appreciate the concerns and just the insight in terms of how some of our programs are run. And then, of course, you know, in that time of reflection on how we can do better as a council, especially as we move forward to really the last year of this 23rd Navajo Nation Council. What are the things we want to accomplish to give our people relief? And so I think when we talk about red tape, that's where this council can play a major role in trying to get some of these systemic issues addressed. So thank you, Pro Tem, and I'll go back on mute.
Thank you, Delegate Crotty. I think the question is best answered by the commission chair, and then if we need to ask of the legislative branch chief of staff. We were told earlier that she's attending a funeral at this time, so I'm not sure if she's able to respond. But Chair Dedman, are you still on the line? You're recognized.
Hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you, sir. Pro Temp Chair. Yes, I did instruct the acting person, Mr. Dwayne Crank, last week to start advertising the position, but this is the response email that I got from him today, and Chief of Staff is CC'd on this email. It says, "Good afternoon, Madam Chair Dedman. You requested that we start the paperwork for the executive director position. However, at the September 17 commission meeting, the commission requested Chief of Staff and OLC to get opinion on how to proceed in when to start advertising and changing the requirements for the executive director position. Since we have the PAF of former executive director's termination, we will press on Chief of Staff Sherilyn Yazzie to see or if OLC has any report or opinion on how to proceed currently. Thank you, Dwayne Crank." Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Chair Dedman. Delegate Crotty, do you have a follow-up?
Pro Tem, I do not. Thank you for the update, Chairwoman. And we're thank you for the update. Thank you.
Committee members, is there further questions or discussion on this report? Going twice.
Chair,
The chair later.
I think I heard Delegate Charlene So, and then I heard Delegate Eugene So. Delegate Charlene So, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not too sure if I would be in proper order if we could make that directive to Chief Counsel and Legislative Counsel, perhaps entailed with also DOJ as far as evaluating the executive director situation and the departure of the previous one. And also, if there is also, I'm kind of needing help with this. As we proceed into another fiscal year, we have the upright responsibility to make sure that our departments, divisions, and commissions are working in a manner where, just as Delegate Crotty stated, where it somewhat reinforces some faith into the Navajo people, as the Commission of Navajo Government Development does help with policy and procedure and research. So with their assistance, we strengthen our government. And I just want to make sure that they are working collaboratively. I'm not too sure if there are two teams within one commission, but I just ask that we get that assistance from legal counsel to somewhat evaluate that, and if we can get a full report by fall session, I would appreciate that, Chair. Thank you.
Delegate Charlene So, I think I heard two requests. The first one was an evaluation of the dismissal of the executive director and the protocols or the process that was taken. And then second, I didn't quite understand. Was that a request for an update from the program on their ongoing initiatives? Or can you clarify the second part?
Yes. Their overall work as a commission, I guess that would pretty much be, I'm not too sure. I know that with our Human Resources Director, Dr. Ferfilia Fowler, it has been conducting a survey. I'm not too sure if that's one that legal counsel or DOJ can put forth for the commission members and its employees, just so that we can get an understanding of how, if everything is in a proper working manner. And again, as we have stated, retaliation is at its finest on the Navajo Nation. I just don't want any of that to occur after some of the statements that were given today.
Okay. I guess on the latter, could do a few different things. You could request a performance audit of the program, either the Office of Navajo Government Development or the commission itself. You also could issue a directive for a report on ongoing initiatives of the commission separate from the office itself. And that could, have an associated timeline with it. Coming up soon, we'll have the fall session. So there is a report that the Speaker's office generates on behalf of the legislative branch that's supposed to document some of what you've asked for. And you could ask that that be more robust. And I think another item could be your committee, the Health, Education, Human Services Committee, has a subject matter jurisdiction over government development and the office, and could convene, I shouldn't say jurisdiction, but I mean, you could ask the committee, or you could ask this committee to convene a work session with the commission to discuss some of the issues you outlined. So that's the guidance I can provide, Delegate So.
Pro Tem Chair, I would like to move forward with the first two suggestions as far as with the performance audit. And the second, following the report that be given before the fall session to the Speaker's office as well as with the rest of the 24th Navajo Nation Council delegates, sir.
And to clarify, Delegate So, that's specific to the commission, or is that also inclusive of the office?
That's inclusive of the office as well.
Okay, the motioning parties are delegates Winika, sorry, the motioning party is Delegate Winika and the second is Delegate Otto. So there's a request to modify your motion to include one directive to the Speaker's office to coordinate a review of the personnel actions related to the executive director of the Office of Navajo Government Development, and then second, to perform a performance audit over this fiscal year for the Commission on Navajo Government Development, and then lastly, to identify a more substantial report to be included in the legislative branch report to the council at the fall session on the operations of the Office of Navajo Government Development and their ongoing initiatives and their plans, and the same for the Commission on Navajo Government Development. Do you consent?
Pro Tem Chair, this is Delegate. So before we move forward with that consent to modify.
Yes, Delegate So.
Thank you, Pro Tem Chair. I just need one clarification. I'm not too sure if Dana could answer to this. With what was shared in executive session and the investigation that has occurred, and then the retaining of a attorney and another party. I'm trying to be careful with the wording right here, but would the advertisement of executive director be halted, or should it be halted until that is resolved? That's my question.
Okay, and that's to the Office of Legislative Counsel, Delegate So, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Ms. Bobroff, can you respond to that question? Office of Ledge Counsel, Ms. Bobroff, are you there?
My apologies, I was on mute. So that concludes my answer. Just teasing, I apologize. So thank you for the question, Delegate. So I actually just wrote down on my to-do list that I want to reach out to the Department of Personnel Management on that exact question. So until I've been able to do that, I need to delay my response. Hopefully I can get that answer to you sometime later today or tomorrow. My experience is there's some inconsistencies on when you can advertise and when you can't. So I do need to consult with the Department of Personnel Management. When I get that answer, I will email it not only to yourself, but to all of the delegates, as well as the commission members. Thank you.
Delegate So, does that satisfy your concern?
Yes, Pro Tem Chair, that does. We can go ahead and proceed. Thank you.
Delegate Winika and Delegate So, there is a request to modify.
To the modification.
Shache, that came in kind of fuzzy. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, the Honorable Slater, all consent to the modified motion.
Thank you. Delegate Otto. Okay. Committee members, you have a motion to accept the report that was modified. Are there further questions or discussion? Oh, actually, I apologize. Delegate Eugene So. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. My Chinle agency brother. Please, please proceed, sir.
Yeah, that was it. So, die Kuba net energy has army. It yes at all niso NASA be who just all this. So she be yahadia. But I go able to his government around. And she says, that is now. She are cases no Yahamas start out 1960. The answer he has only been thought as ordinary thought that I thought the yacht I did. I had it. But I go able to ask I finished. Don't a cases just a call either when I used to go to the meeting regards to the government development where I was just trying to pursue how we can make everything the way it should be, the way the neighborhood laws should be. Because we got sovereignty, we had to make our own laws instead of going by the ARS or Utah or New Mexico revised statutes. We had to get our own laws. That's my wishes and my dreams to get back to that way of life. And shit. She been yahad now said I decon I mean not carton on the ido nahajo on hot nahot yani hot on queen na caution it ask reevaluate it in the so shoot matter the north is a discipline so that I have on the case to our lawmakers and the every plan of operation has to be revised and revisited and revised. And it has to, as it goes by, at least it goes towards the neighborhood of life. That's how the government development that I did not listen. That you done so much because it's how I was looking at it, because there are a lot of elderly and that and the mission older and younger. So, all you be has army, all you be has lagi, Mechanati Yado, she cares his dream, others has sent out the east out of the lean, but talk about street design is so the east out. Because I eat all ye, I don't eat in that bigger hut of a cow. So, those are some of the things that should not been on the Navajo Nation if we would have had our own laws and the has army. So when we were given sovereignty, and has army was set up in Quebec and govern yourself. But we didn't go that route. We just went through with Arizona revised statute and New Mexico and Utah. Or other tasks, or state needs, other fabrication. Even the not army should have more years. The said 4 years old, so it should be at least 6 or 8 or 10 years or 12 years to be a consul or something like that, or be a president. So if I has army, that's on the other not army than don't there's as what should be talk have another check, those are this off a part of there's a but I has all about music, or the kind of case. I'm sorry to say that, but Slater, I'm not really saying something bad to you. I got also an Anglo-West, so don't worry about me. So I go honest, and so these are another now. That's what we're here for. We need to get to set each other down and start looking at our laws and revise them. That's what we're here for, to make laws and to revisit and revise them. San Diego, and be useful. Thanks for running the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Shinsui. And don't worry, I've heard worse. So committee members, delegates, so do you, based off your comments, wish to include a directive or somehow modify the amendment? You raised a lot of points, but were those just general comments, or are you desiring to affect the motion to accept the report right now?
Oh, change the before change the report. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you for the comments, and I think that can help inform some of the discussion going forward. Committee members, discussion or questions? Going twice? Going 3 times? Staff, can you please proceed to a roll call vote on accepting this report?
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Regina Charles Newton. Honorable Regina Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Regina Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bakrati.
Shadeja's Delegate Amber Kenneth-Bakrati, and I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bakrati votes green. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Panel Halona. Honorable Panel Halona. Honorable Panel Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
He votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes
Honorable
red.
Vince, Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Ricky Ness. Honorable Ricky Ness. Honorable Ricky Ness did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote
Daniel
green.
So. Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Good to the show. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Otto So votes green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edwin Yazzie. Honorable Edwin Yazzie. Honorable Edwin Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy O'Leary.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy O'Leary votes green. Going back up. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Tanao Halona.
Lloyd votes green.
Honorable Tanao Halona votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. That, Mr. Chair Pro Tem, we have a vote of 18 in favor and 2 opposed. Mr. Chair Pro Tem not voting.
Thank you very much. We're going to move on to item 6DB, update report from the Office of the President and Vice President's Office on the status of the Fiscal Recovery Fund, parentheses, American Rescue Plan Act, and parens, presented by the Office of the President and Vice President. Do we have President Nez or Vice President Leiser or Chief of Staff Chaco on the line?
Chairman Pro Tem Slater, this is Paulton Chaco.
Mr. Chaco, are you going to be delivering this report?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Chairman Pro Tem Slater, and the honorable members of the 24th Naabic'íyáti Nation Council. Nakanaho agi ko do hasin so ya beso gitse date anishi ba na da hui leto ochita has anagoshin hoda ba da hodi national hala ya na nish I think sado you na nish na nishi ya gitse hoda gitse da hodi national. Thank you, Chairman. My name is Paulson Chaco. Don't engineer as getting snow ki ani basis chain chisiko idashi. Dr. Bazan Aziz National Chief of Staff for the Office of President, Vice President. We wanted to give a presentation. I believe we sent the presentation to Chief of Staff, Sherilyn Yazzie, also Manuel Rico with your office. So that should be over our presentation. In addition, we will put up the PowerPoint presentation through the Zoom call here, Mr. Chairman. So just a brief.
Mr. Chaco, can you pause
Yes.
for a moment?
Yes,
Mr.
sure.
Rico, do you have that report?
Point of privilege.
Chairman Pro Tem, I have not received it.
Okay, point of privilege sounds like from Delegate Ottoso.
Yes, some of us are not on the Zoom web. So if the President's office could email that document out to the 24th member of the 24 members of the Naabic'íyáti Nation Council, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Noted, thank you. Mr. Rico, what did you say?
I have not received the document.
Okay. Mr. Chaco, the internet or the email system went down earlier. Do you think you could maybe bring a hard copy across the street? I see emails coming through from the legislative branch as late as 5:31 p.m. So I believe that our email is working again, but the council does not possess a copy of the report you desire to provide at this time. I think it'd be helpful for passing along as conveyed by Delegate So.
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Pro Temp, certainly we can have someone from our office, from OPVP, generate that document and forward it over to your office. But we also have been having the same issue. So this was sent earlier this morning as well, and we sent another one later this afternoon to Chief of Staff. But and then we sent another one to Mr. Rico not too long ago again. So I imagine, so what we'll do, Chairman, is we'll go ahead and have a hard copy made and forwarded over to you.
Okay, and I know that your communications director has sent emails directly to the council before, so perhaps he could do that at this time. Committee members, do you desire to continue with the report absent the PDF or PowerPoint or whatever the written documentation is? If I don't hear anything, we'll continue.
Question about privilege, Delegate James.
Delegate James, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair Pro Tem. Other members of the council. It was earlier when we were adopting the agenda, it was requested for President Nez to provide the report. Is there a reason why our Navajo Nation president is not providing the report? Thank you.
Delegate James, is that directed to myself or whom?
That will be directed to Chief of Staff Paulson Chaco. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Delegate James. I guess Chief of Staff Chaco, if you could briefly explain why you're providing the report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman Pro Temp and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Currently, the president is in a meeting with some school board members, I understand. So, and he's unable to get to the phone right now. So I'll be providing this report on behalf of OPVT. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chaco. Please mute your phones, committee members. Mr. Chaco, you can resume your report.
Chairman Pro Tem.
Yes, Mr. Rico.
I just forwarded a document that I received from a Shauna Valley in regards to this presentation, I believe.
Okay, it just came into me. Committee members, I think you'll be receiving this. It's like a PowerPoint very soon. Mr. Chaco, you can resume the presentation.
Thank you, Chairman Pro Temp and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I believe, as indicated, you have the PowerPoint presentation. Some of you have PowerPoint presentation, but we have a hard copy that's going to be going over to your office here shortly. Chairman Pro Temp, and I believe we can get this also up on the screen for those that are on the Zoom call. So I have staff that are going to present or put this on the screen as well. So as Mr. Chairman, as we all know that we had a meeting with the Navajo Nation Council in August to go over a leadership meeting to go over a preliminary work session. And that work session outlined several areas that CJY 4121, the enabling legislation, and we had several sections of that enabling legislation that we went over briefly with the council. What we do have now is a general overview, and there are more specific items that we probably need to go over with council in a second leadership meeting that we have proposed, and that was for the month of October. In addition, so that's what we have as a general overview, Mr. Chairman. I do have most of the division directors, most of the enterprises on the line for specific questions. In addition, some of these departments, programs, and enterprises will be giving a brief presentation as well when we move through the PowerPoint presentation. So what I'll do, Mr. Mr. Chairman, is we'll go ahead and go to slide number 3. There was a question posed earlier by Ms. Newton regarding Chairwoman Newton regarding the deadlines. I will go over those deadlines. This is basically in CJY 4121. There are deadlines that are associated with each one of those areas. In the PowerPoint presentation in section 3.1, there is we have a description, which is really an online platform that has to be developed for Navajo Nation Office of Controller. They are the ones who are responsible for this. In the CJY 41, the deadline date is within 30 days. Currently, the website is live. But again, this is just an overview. We'll be delving into the details here shortly. Under section 5, we have a report on citizen fund and UFB, and that's to Navi within 60 days. And that's what we're doing, is we're reviewing eligibility on those. Section 6, as you know, is a report on CARES, the progress on some of those CARES projects that were defunded. That again is 60 days, and we are still reviewing eligibility, and we'll delve again into that shortly. The Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Office Plan of Operation that has to be provided to NABI. The plan of operation is prepared, and it's in, and also that's in the PowerPoint presentation that we have as well. Section 13A, the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Funds application of review procedures. That went to Budget and Finance. That was approved on 8/23. It's resolution BFS 31-21. Section 13B, the one-stop shop plan of operation, that reporting to RDC. My understanding, there was a presentation to RDC this previous week and on 9/22. So I understand there's a work session requested on that one-stop shop. Section 13C, Personal Policies Manual Amendments. That oversight is Health, Education, Human Service Committee. That was within 60 days. And HES has requested a work session on that. 13D, Procurement and Business Opportunity Amendments. That's assigned, that is to oversight is Budget and Finance. 60 days. That was due 10/2. We are now preparing recommendations, and we will have a report on that as well. I will go, Mr. Chair, into slide number, I believe it's 4, and I will give you a brief overview. As I indicated early on during when CARES was first being proposed in Congress, and we at the Office of the President and Vice President prepared, as well as the executive offices prepared for the incoming dollars that were going to be provided to Navajo. So in preparation of that, we at the Office of the President and also the division and also the enterprises developed working groups, and which was described back in August. And I want to thank all of the enterprises, all of the divisions, programs, for collaborating on such a monumental task. Most of these divisions and enterprises have been involved intimately into developing what we're now providing a report on, Mr. Chair. We have developed working groups. We have the first working group that we developed is the Division Directors Working Group. Within the Division Directors Working Group, we have the infrastructure portion of the working group that consists of broadband, water, electric, transportation, housing, community development, and chapter projects. The people that are involved in that working group are Tom Patero, Chris Vicente for broadband, water is Jason John, electric is Rex Kuntz from NTOA, transportation is Garrett Silversmith, housing is Jim Zwerline, and also Dr. Yellman. Community development, working with the chapters is Dr. Yellman, and chapter projects is Dr. Yellman. In services, in the services component under the Division Directors Working Group is Education, Dr. Patricia Ghani, Public Safety, Jesse Delmar, Health, Dr. Jill Jim, Social Services is Deanna Neswit Gishi. For Economic Development, in the Division Directors Working Group is JT Willie, Mr. Watchman, Leo Watchman, and for Tourism is Dr. Shabala. Second group that we have is the Support Working Group. That is Business Regulatory Department, Division of Human Resources, Dr. Fowler, DOJ, Doreen McPaul, OOC, Elizabeth Begay, OMB, Dominic Bial, and the Navajo Nation Washington office in the Support Working Group. For the regulatory review, we have Division of General Services, Tom Patero, EPA, Belinda Shirley, Fish and Wildlife, Gloria Tom, Forestry, Alex Vicente, GLAD. That is now being handled by another individual, not El Reno. HPD is Richard Begay, Minerals is Rowena Cheremiah, and then Navajo Land Department is Mike Colonna. That's the regulatory working group. Finally, the fourth is the infrastructure delivery. That consists of NTUA, Mr. Rex Kuntz, and also Mr. Wally. Wally over there at NTUA, Walter Haas. NDOT, Garrett Silversmith. Division of Water Resources is Jason John. BCD, Dr. Yellman. NECA, Mr. Brett Grubbs. Several engineering firms, several architectural firms, and also contractors as well in the development of the infrastructure development work group. So as you see, this is a collaboration, not at OPVP, but the whole Navajo Nation working together as one. So this is how we formed, even prior to even setting up the ARPA office. We knew we had to get a lot of these things moving, because if we wait for the ARPA office to happen and then implement all of this, we would have been further behind and delivering this program to the Navajo people. So that's what we have, Mr. Chair. I'll go further. The next slide, slide 5. Even prior to establishing the FRF office, we had to do several things that we had in order to get the money to the Navajo Nation. There were several areas, and we assigned basically this to the Navajo Nation Washington office and also to the Department of Justice to provide several areas of documentation to the Treasury office. So, Mr. Chair, if I may, if I could give the floor over to DOJ or to Santee Lewis to cover this real briefly. Thank you, if I could, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Chair Pro Tem, I need to press star
We could
six.
still hear.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Mr. Chair, as I indicated, I would like to have either Department of Justice or Santee Lewis from the Washington office to give a brief overview on slide 5, because she was involved in the working groups to develop the first allocations of funds with the Department of Justice. So if I may, Mr. Chair.
So who are you going to recognize?
If I could recognize Santee Lewis or Christine Lowell from the Department of Justice to give a brief overview on slide number 5 on the initial allocations of the FRF funds. Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mr. Chaco, I'm asking you to identify one person this time.
Okay, it will be Santee Lewis, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Lewis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem Slater and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to present on this slide this evening. Of the 20 billion that was specifically set aside for tribes from the American Rescue Plan Act fiscal recovery funds, the Navajo Nation received over $2 billion in 2 different disbursements. So for the first allocation, please recall that on May 28th, 2021, a disbursement of over 1.8 billion was awarded to the Navajo Nation. And this disbursement represented 2 categories of funding from the original 20 billion. One portion of that represented 1 billion that was split evenly among all tribal governments. And then the remaining amount was designated to be distributed proportionately to tribes based on their self-certification enrollment data. And for this figure, the Navajo Nation Washington office worked very closely with our enrollment office. And so at that time, the Bureau of Indian Affairs asked tribal governments to certify their enrollment data as of February 1st, 2021. And so at that time, we self-certified the enrollment data and according to the enrollment records, we had 399,494 enrolled members of the Navajo Nation. Following this initial disbursement, we were asked to provide employment data. And so on August 16, 2021, the Navajo Nation received a second disbursement of nearly $218 million. And so this represented a share of just again, based on employment data, with a certain caveat. One is that the Treasury determined that every tribe should be given a minimum allotment of $1 million. And in addition to that, the Treasury decided to disperse the remaining based on employment data that each tribe provided. And it is important to note that the Treasury has not made the raw numbers available, so we cannot know how many tribes required additional funds to meet the minimum allotment amount. But the assumption is that the Navajo Nation's allotment is slightly smaller than it would have been otherwise, because the additional allotment to tribes with small workforces. So with respect to the second allotment, the Navajo Nation Washington office, we really spearheaded the effort to compile employment data across the Navajo Nation. The Washington office worked with 175 Navajo Nation entities to collect data and submit the required documentation to the Department of Treasury. And so this initiative required extensive effort and follow-up, and NNWO staff exerted over 120 hours, which led to the successful submission. And so I appreciate the the cooperative efforts of my team and Navajo Nation entities to make this possible. So, so in closing, I do want to just note that there have been several inquiries about whether or not there was going to be additional coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds. And at this time, we do not expect any additional fiscal recovery funds to be dispersed from the Department of Treasury. Next slide, please. So this slide, we intend to just briefly cover revenue loss before I turn it over to Navajo Nation Department of Justice. But lost revenue it is just critically important. One of the eligible uses under the American Rescue Plan Act is lost revenue. And in general, the assumption by the crafters of the American Rescue Plan Act is that most businesses and governments lost revenue in 2019 due to the COVID-19 pandemic because many businesses were not operating. So governments are permitted to calculate lost revenue by comparing their revenue in the last fiscal year prior to the COVID-19 pandemic to calculate, to compare revenue prior to the pandemic to revenue collected at 4 different points. So those different points, so those 4 points is December 31st, 2020, December 31st, 2021, December 31st, 2022, and December 31st, 2023. And lost revenue amounts are going to be critical, to be important, because as we discuss eligible and non-eligible projects under ARPA and Light Cares, ARPA sets forth eligible uses. And so even though ARPA is much more flexible than CARES, it still has some limitations. So if a project is deemed ineligible for ARPA, lost revenue can be used to fund those projects. And because lost revenue will be limited, we must be careful in how we decide how those funds should be spent. And so I would like to now turn it over to NNDOJ, who can speak more at length about their work with the Controller's Office and how they have been working with Navajo Nation Enterprises to gather their financial statements to calculate lost revenue for the Navajo Nation. So, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem Slater, I ask that Navajo Nation Department of Justice be recognized, specifically Kristen Lowell. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. I think customarily the presenters have been confined to 2 reporting entities, and I would like to receive some feedback from Mr. Rico. Is that the case, or is it 3?
Mr. Chairman Pro Tem, I believe that would be only at council, so you should be good.
Okay. Ms. Lowell, you're recognized, and I'm just going to let the presenting parties know that I have 39 seconds left on my report, so FYI. Ms. Lowell.
Pro Tem Speaker.
Yes, who is that?
This is Edmund. Could you, after the report, could you put me in the sheet pen Q box real quick?
Yes, sir. Ms. Lowell?
Thank you.
Okay. Speaker Pro Tem. So I guess there's a lot of questions about why the lost revenue calculation has gone up by the amount that it did. So initially we were looking at, I think, 4.2 million. And so it's gone up to just over 232 million. And the reason for that is because when it was initially calculated, the nation had an increase in investment income between 2019 and 2020. So Treasury allows
Ms. Lowell?
yeah.
Thank you. The time has expired. There's been 20 minutes provided for this report. And I'm going to ask the committee at this time if they would consent to an additional 50% time. So that'd be 10 minutes. Are there objections, committee members?
No objections. Better carry on. Alona.
Objections going twice. Objections going 3 times. Please proceed, Ms. Lowell.
Thank you. So Treasury does allow that the revenue loss calculation, it allows that calculation to exclude the proceeds from the sale of investments, which in the initial calculation had not been done. And so that is why we have a difference in the 4.2 million versus the $232 million calculation. I can provide additional detail on the calculation. However, in the interest of time, since there's only 10 minutes left, maybe it's better to go on to the next slide. I don't know what the Chief of Staff has in mind.
Mr. Chairman. Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chaka.
Yes, in light of this, this is a very comprehensive report that we wanted to give to the council during our work session. However, we're asked to present this within a very short time frame. So I'll just run through this and as quickly as I can, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll just, as Mr. Chairman and members of the 24th Naabic'íyáti Council, as I indicated in the previous slide, there have been some work that has been developed with the Oversight Committee on a lot of the sections that we described, a lot of the enabling legislation that we're working with now. So those are described in that first slide that we presented. But if we can go on to slide number 14. Slide number 14 really is the section 5, Citizen and UFB. Those are the projects that potentially may be eligible for reimbursement to the Navajo Nation. At DOJ is a review for the DCD heavy equipment citizen, CJ 0121 for $22 million. That is now at DOJ for review. Water resources and the tribal enterprises and burial assistance in the amount of $46 million is over at DOJ as well for review. Total of both those two projects at $68 million. If you go to the next slide, is the defunded CARES project. Currently, DOJ has determined these projects are eligible, which is all what you see: NTUA, electric grid, connecting homes to electricity, drinking water storage, DED artisans and business economic relief. So total, currently we are now hitting the ground running with $101 million. So we met with NTUA and all the other parties right now. So the other projects that we submitted for eligibility is DOH, Department of Health for $12 million. As you can see, mobile units, testing, Deltex, food, that's over at DOJ. And then also water projects and judicial branch at $75 million. So total, we most likely will hit $200 million with all the projects by the end of next week to implement all of them. And we're all working with the enterprises, everybody to get that done. The central support costs for $180 million. I have instructed all of the programs to submit their budgets, and as you see the budget dates, they've submitted that, and that's in review for DOJ for eligibility right now. So those should be developed by within the next few days. Now, really quick, that's what we have as far as the expenditure plan, and we wanted to get a late leadership meeting to delve in more deeply into that. Section 11 is the Office of the President, Vice President, the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Office. That we have developed a plan of operation. We've had Section 11. It tells you what the process is for what the intent of the NNRF office is, and it goes into CJY 4121 Section 11B. That tells you what it's a clearinghouse, is to educate the public, coordinate, facilitate, implement, and eligibility determination and compliance with fiscal recovery provisions. That is included in our plan of operation. And the plan of operation is attached to the document that was forwarded. And it also breaks down basically the FRF office with a organizational chart. And it breaks down further what this organizational will do, Mr. Chair. So again, this is just a brief overview, Mr. Chair, of the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Office. Again, we were anticipating to provide more detailed information to the Navajo Nation Council in a work session, but that was still being worked on before we're called to do this. So in a nutshell, Mr. Chairman, that's what we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chaco. I just received a message that we are joined by Honorable President Jonathan Nez. And President Nez, you're recognized. Thank you for joining us this evening.
Thank you, Chair Pro Tem, Mr. Slater. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
All right. Well, thank you to the 24th Navajo Nation Council for the time to say a few words at the Naabik'íyáti committee. The Kudo, the chief of staff, and then he took we lagi at Tim Wolf, do Dibble, do the division directors in Dashnish. Nihidotra, that Naskodatlan hitch, even Nacha Hatiliadi, not so plan of operation. The Nishishi are there, he came in there. Haladahot in Hala Hashi Ya, the person hitch to that, and the niche, the no shin hitch Yadasti also. Nihido Ahota. For even Nacha Ya con the not so spell that seat. Yijibakailia, CJY 4121. Even Nacha Hota, a jo, Nahat Agi Dod, the Fiscal Recovery Fund Office Dod, no, Hota, Ya be Lazli, Belanda Sotnedo, Joshana, Yijibakailia. So even Nacha Kodo, not so Sadilia. Ado Shik at Belanda eat, don't nas de ne, do asa nes nothing over the betting the meal so personal asati kujist at ne. Be the niche, the Nigi Fiscal Recovery Office support Yigi. Do Aboltra, Eshi Nash could a netole. Alan Hibeshmans, unlarge and Hayat Yinaka, the Sadagi a Hindika. Do the not so sigi expenditure plan street corn need yada holne Asian bella that does this the naskudel John Lee Tana Zona Hatas so then also Snichiko da Yila Koje executive branches Aj not so sigi the next in the ya Naskudol, Nathan Day, Latit Ahi, which Department of Justice, Jaehut out, CJY 4121, the arts, Ecuador, Naskudel Yago, Department of Justice, Danish. Adon Labor has Ani Washington, that U.S. Treasury, that has Ani Hadiliagi, Jaebikako, Naskudal, Shidop on date, Indoless. Not I know, so got out ya con Paulson do the division directors don't hit up in the shop nasha Allah there's been deal nasha but do the hatna sha asana di clear nin wins and jo Allah anna nashota kudo belada si plito no handal nishigi ikota bananish badai la do deisna. Even Nacha Con, also Snitch Codelia, Dole teacher. So the Shishi ya hate Avans back, yes. Nas Codel Neko Codon Hina Nishi, Nskagi Nan Dole, Kidika, Jo projects and does Naligishi got Bondate in Dole, Lay Tana Zanahatas, so then not Island Lenigin Hitchakodaila, Taraho Zanja. Edo. Department of Justice, Division of Community Development, not so sigi, Jordan, that's a big labor has any benacha. Nasco da di Lisa Niki, what are Ashi, San Hitchakode letter, let's go da ilago. A conde, Joe, the Christian Jesley, San is not the double. Jesley, London, he came in there, Madonna, a hush a nas Kudaste, and his Nengi evening in Ecuador, Sadigidon, had Agin Hitchakode, Nash in a thing. Arts came so the office Gido, Nesto, Ado, Nahanda, Nishigido, Bananish, Dale net or less. hot peso, that Asan is in the betting the meal so net peso, put up Jalia. Lede ya dila di kuja peso asati, but that ni neldan hisne kuja. A conda di binda nishigido, di na nishabel le nenigi, eba peso ni nel. Kodo peso chudo is binda an nashido let hot ya asati la panina chinat no senigi hot hanen hit wishla do let jadi Naabik'íyáti sa so legi bin chinat no senigi so here na jo ada kodo belagani kechi sad aidan hit ashane da yilla shishi o the neck sadigi keje das ahto lehti kwa sa so legi so here na chinat no senigi kachi naso sana di chato sinda di neshkodo jikeni hinela na danza kachi asho nasteni kratina hat agi kabdi nido lehtiche skanda koda bdi nis chaita di zebenal so ada da bka peshpas an aja alaja da sadagi do you atos de sadagi do nasko de leta no bka do kade ya kodoni hit kodelia chain naspe de nisto de shnat aynasani so konso shin hit hasti do le to di ni da no do le here na thank you.
Thank you very much, President Nez and Mr. Chaco and Ms. Lewis and Ms. Lowell for the presentation. Right now, we have Delegate Yazzie followed by Delegate Crotty. And if other delegates would like to be added into the queue, please text the number, the request to speak number, or myself, or ideally both at the same time. So Delegate Yazzie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Pro Temp Speaker, and also Mr. Chapo and Ms. Lewis and President the Navajo Nation. I just, on the ARPA funds, I wanted to just ask Pro Temp Speaker with your direction, and then I would like to ask the President on your Facebook, and we asked our press people that we intook a report, and as a team, we got an update from the President, and of course the council has to vote on the report, and just have a positive response on the Facebookers, and as a message, and saying that we got this report and it's for our people, we say. And so I would just like our pro temp speaker to let our press people to say that. And President Nez, I know you are king of the Facebook and TikTok and all. If you could do that as well too, so to show that we are working as a team. I say that with all respect, and so I'll leave it at that. Pro temp speaker, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Delegate Yazzie. Something I neglected to do after the presentation was receive a motion and a second. So the chair at this time will entertain a motion and a second to accept the report.
So, motion.
Is there a second?
Delegate Stewart.
Yola here.
The chair recognizes a motion from Delegate Eugene So and a second from Delegate Wilson Stewart to accept the report. We'll now move to, and Delegate Yazzie, your requests and comments are noted. Thank you. We'll now move to Delegate Crotty. You're recognized, Shema.
Yes, thank you, Pro Tem. I appreciate the report. President Nez, Chief of Staff Paul Chaco, and Ms. Lewis, I appreciate the report. So my question, I just want to acknowledge that I am receiving texts from staff, but I have not received the presentation. If staff could let me know at what time that was sent. I am refreshing my device, and I do want to state that our Frontier and the Shiprock Northern Agency is out again, and this not only shuts down the internet, but it also shuts down our ability to call the police department. And so our Northern Agency Shiprock Department usually has to, through Facebook, let us know what cell phone number to call. So if I could ask that Pro Tem, you could ask, I know that I received a text that it's resent. I'm just not receiving it. So I can only ask my questions based on the oral report. And I understand that it's limited. So I'd like to know, we met, the leadership meeting was early August. So it's been about 6, 7, 8 weeks since we met as leadership. When this legislation was presented to Budget and Finance, there was indication that there was going to be a leadership meeting planned. And I have, if I could get an update on what is the challenges when planning out a work session, because I do hear my colleagues that we're all interested in terms of timelines. I'm more interested, since projects are moving forward and getting reviewed by Department of Justice. I'd like to request a courtesy copy be submitted to the delegates. Our district is very concerned in terms of what projects are making it into these DOJ reviews. I think at this point, we were going to move forward with the process to make sure our projects were reviewed by DOJ, since that is one of the requirements if they're not in these comprehensive packages that are being requested by the Office of the President and Vice President. So it's hard to tell what projects are being recommended and how we're moving forward. The second area is in terms of DOJ's review. There is a limit in terms of how long it'll take DOJ to review. And I just want to ask, in terms of the capacity with DOJ to review the documents. It's my understanding that there also will be attorneys who are hired on behalf of the nation to provide additional legal support. I'd like to dive in and understand what is that cost, since all of the proposals need to be reviewed by DOJ, but not necessarily if DOJ determines that they're not ARPA eligible, that doesn't stop a legislation from moving forward. So I'm just trying to understand this process for DOJ to review. If it's not required that DOJ determine that that these projects are eligible. And so I did, and with the consultants, it's not clear at this point in terms of how they are analyzing these reports. And so I know that there's some clear restrictions, but when it comes to the revenue loss, what then is the opportunity to recommend projects that should be covered by this federal funding to provide enhanced government services. And my last question is, please go more in depth in terms of how public safety will be assisted. So how the police department, criminal investigators, detention, office of the prosecutor, public defenders, victim services, probation, peacemaking, the court, how this will be supported through the ARPA funding. We did see an increase in domestic violence and actually violence in the homes during COVID. So it does meet the requirement And we've also now know through our disclosures from our children at school that we're seeing an increase in suspected child abuse and neglect. And so I want to dig into what are those proposals so that we can properly fund those initiatives to directly impact our people. And as winter is coming up, I strongly believe that there should be winter hardship available for families who will have to bear the cost of increased heating expenses. When we look at who we have lost through COVID, oftentimes these are either the breadwinners or the individuals who receive their pension check to support the family, or they may have been the individuals who provided the wood or the support to the family. And so our family systems are now very, exacerbated and fragile. And so what is the plan then to provide some direct relief? In speaking with the acting controller, she felt that the Department of Social Services is in a position to provide that type of relief. We're tracking how LIHEAP is being distributed and the school closing program. I'm just not sure if Department of Social Services has the capacity to meet the needs of our 400,000 Navajo citizens. So those are my questions regarding the report, and understanding that proposals are moving through DOJ. And so I would ask for transparency in terms of what projects are being moved forward, as the Navajo Nation should be looked at as a whole, since we have all been impacted and each region has their unique needs and challenges. But I know District 12 submitted their projects and proposals, and Northern Agency has submitted, and with all of the other agencies. So thank you very much, Pro Tem, and my colleagues for requesting this report and giving us time to ask these questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Crotty. I'll go to one more and then we'll return back to the presenters. Delegate Charles Newton, you're recognized.
Thank you for recognizing me at this time, Delegate Slater, and thank you for the presentation, Mr. Chaco, and also thank you for joining us, President Naz. Looking through the presentation, number one is, I know that there's deadlines set or timelines set in CJY 41-21, which you did indicate here. As the presentation was provided, Chaco, Mr. Paulson did state that the Office of the Controller had their website up and running. And while he was talking about it, I actually went in to take a look at the web page, and I don't see that page. So perhaps you can guide me on the page that Mr. Paulson Chaco was referring to, where the Office of the Controller is supposed to be updating the public on the ARPA funds and the requests that are being submitted. I will say that under economic development, there is a page that is devoted to providing information to businesses about RFPs, and then also how, I guess maybe RFQs that are going to be coming down the pipeline. And I'm scrolling through my pages right now. The information that is provided from economic development is just basically that there's really nothing to report at this point, aside from information regarding small business credit initiative modification for the PPP, the targeted EIDL advance support for restaurants, but there's really nothing in here specific to Navajo Nation ARPA funds. So I'm a little bit concerned with the PowerPoint presentation and also the information provided on economic development page on whether we are considering our small businesses during this time. Looking at your PowerPoint presentation, it looks like all of these projects are projects that are slated just specifically for the Navajo Nation. And as I stated before on the record, my concern is that many of our divisions and departments can't handle the current projects that are on their plate now. And so I'm concerned that they may not be able to handle the projects that they're requesting with ARPA funds. And based on your PowerPoint presentation here, I don't see any plans on how you plan to promote small businesses, Navajo small businesses in particular, aside from the artisan grant that was already passed by council with the CARES money. So I want to know specifically, how do you plan to encourage Navajo small businesses to have a piece of this ARPA money, especially with all of these projects that are coming down from the Navajo Nation? In addition to that, I know that you did mention that you have been working with Dibbles as a consultant. I wonder if that project was actually, if there was a RFQ or RFP, or if there was an announcement made that you were looking for consulting companies to help assist you in putting this project together. I did read on the Navajo Times today that Dibbles is working as a consultant and sticking to the laws. And again, you have been out there, President Nez, stating on the record that you want to promote Navajo businesses, small businesses, and I just want to know, what you did to get the word out to the small businesses, the consulting firms, about the consulting that needs to be done for this ARPA money. The other thing that I noticed on this presentation is there is no indication on giving funding to the Navajo people. President Nez, as you know, I did submit and I've made the statement online through Facebook, which you are a active, a Facebooker, that Delegate Vince James and I did drop legislation to give the people some type of relief, $2,000 per adult, $1,000 per child, and a $5,000 cap at this point. And so we did drop legislation a few months ago, and I know that hasn't gone through the process. In fact, I just picked up the budget and finance legislation that talks about how you can request for funding, but I don't see that within your presentation. So I'd like to know where you stand on that, whether you think the Navajo people should be given recovery funds to help recover. As Delegate Pradi stated, our people are in need right now, especially with winter coming up, and we need to ensure that we are assisting them. I know other tribes have given funding, and I know that the CJY legislation, CJY-41-21, gives at the end in 2024, but our people are in need right now. And so I just want to know what your stance is on that. And I want to know whether you support giving funding to the Navajo people, and in particular, whether you would veto the legislation when it comes through the pipeline, as I'm planning to start moving that through the process. So if you could share that information with me, and again, looking at your PowerPoint presentation, I don't see any information here for small businesses. I don't see any information in here for, giving to the Navajo people. I do see a lot of the project requests that are coming down from the departments and divisions, but there's no specific listing of projects that you have listed in this PowerPoint presentation. And then I do want to, state again for public safety that there was plans and there are still plans to use ARPA money to try to address our public safety infrastructure needs. As I was told, public safety was informed that ARPA money couldn't be used for public safety projects. I'd like to know whether that is true and where you stand on that. Because as you know, President Nez, in the Northern Agency, we do have one jail, and that one jail is here in the Shiprock community, and that one jail does need funding. I am working with BIA to see if we can enter into a 105L lease. I have been meeting with them, it seems almost weekly to get information, as well as working with our lobbyists, not the Washington office. I want to make that clear. I've been working with our lobbyists to get answers regarding the need for public safety infrastructure that we have here on the Navajo Nation, and how the federal government can assist us with that. So if you could chime in on those concerns and let me know where you stand on those issues, President Nez. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll return to the presenters. President Nez, Mr. Chaco.
Speaker Pro Tem Jonathan here. To Delegate Yazi's comment, that has pretty much been the case of moving the Fiscal Recovery Office forward to let the Navajo people know that we are following CJY 4121. That sets the tone for spending and allocating the over $2 billion of ARPA funds that have been given to the Navajo Nation. And so I'm hopeful that once we get done here with the presentation, we move forward and announcing jointly that the FRF office has been established. That's the first thing. And also announcing, for at least for the executive branch, the $180 million that was set aside, that 10% for support. We have a breakdown on that, and that will also be included. And of course, if the legislative branch wants to include their $20 million and how they're going to spend the support costs, we can also include that in giving the Navajo people an update. I think the second thing that would come up maybe next week, sometime early next week, is the announcement of the dollars that were to be reimbursed from the CSN projects and the UUFB, and also to move forward on the those projects that weren't completed under the CARES Act fund. And I know that those entities are ready to move before the winter sets in. I think we can be able to get many of these projects complete before winter or before any severe weather. Of course, the next construction season is next, maybe February or March. That's why it's critical we get the FRF office, what was presented to you today, plan of operation, the organizational structure approved. That sets the actual office to start discussing what many of you have brought up about new projects. I know that Delegate Naabik'íyáti is sponsoring a legislation for the Shiprock and Window Rock Justice Centers, and we appreciate Delegate Yazi's leadership on that, and to move forward on that from the CSN dollars. And then we also have now the expenditure plans. There was a proposition of council and the executive branch to meet again to discuss the actual projects, the actual expenditure plans. And we were told that will probably happen in early October. And I think by then, many of the vetting of the projects will be complete by the Department of Justice, so it can be presented to leadership. And then we decide as leaders what moves forward. And that includes hardship assistance. Projects are for the Navajo people. Many of our elders who live on the Navajo Nation are looking to us to help with infrastructure development. And we all know there's a need. And now is the time to expand the infrastructure here on Navajo. That's water, electricity, broadband, telecommunication. Because if we don't do it now, we're going to still be in the same predicament 5 years from now. So it's critical that infrastructure projects be a part of these discussions. And we're basing all this off of the many work sessions that the council have gone through. There was many work sessions by the council and our executive branch team, our staff have, put a lot of these projects into the proposed listing. And again, it's going to have to be vetted and brought back to leadership. So your input has been there from the forefront. Vice President and I also have said that the need for infrastructure here on Navajo is very important, all the way back to the CARES Act. And now we're looking at the infrastructure bill that's almost across the finish line. And that would also include fixing our roads, our bridges here on Navajo. So I anticipate a whole nother dialogue to happen on projects, roads, and many of the bridges to be repaired and fixed. I mean, we just recently built 2 new bridges, one in Arizona in Lupton and another one in Manulito, New Mexico. So to continue that momentum, the companies there have been very forthcoming and very helpful, because of the short timeline. That's where we needed quick assistance to develop the plan of operations for the Fiscal Recovery Fund and to get the $180 million ready to, I guess, in a way, vet more of our Navajo companies so that they can help us once the FRF office is in place. And that's where Dibble came in. The need to expedite plan of operation. The plan of operation is before the council today for an update. Paulson, Chief of Staff.
Thank you, Mr. President, and also Chair Pro Tem of the Nabi Committee and 24th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you. Just to elaborate a little bit more on what was requested or asked from Honorable Delegate Karate with respect to some of the projects that are being developed. As I indicated early on, CJY 4121 basically outlines and also charges the executive branch on how to carry out the ARPA funds. For section, as indicated in CJY 4121, section 5, for instance, has CSN and UUFB. It directs the executive branch to look at projects that may be eligible to be funded back for those dollars that were spent by the Navajo Nation, which is CSN and UUFB. For instance, DCD heavy equipment, CJA 0121, appropriated $22,512 and $22 million basically dollars of CSN funds. That package that was developed by Dr. Yellowman has now moved over to Department of Justice for review. That's mandated in the legislation. Projects that we currently are processing, for instance, water resources, CSN CJA 0121, in the amount of $25,511 is currently at Department of Justice. This was packaged by Water Resources and the infrastructure team. Tribal enterprises are also included in there under CF 1021 for UUFB. As you know, with the council appropriate dollars for the tribal enterprises in the amount of 18 million. That is over at Department of Justice so that we can determine if we can use our ARPA dollars to reimburse the nation. Burial assistance is another one in the amount of 2 million. So those are the ones that we've worked with: social services, all the enterprises, Division of Water Resources, Division of Community Development, to come up with a total amount that may be reimbursed to the Navajo Nation, the amount of $68,784. That frees up that money if it's approved by Department of Justice. That frees up $68 million to give back to the Navajo Nation for those monies that they expended during this time under Section 5 of UUFB. Section 6 is for those defunded CARES projects because of the deadline that were imposed. The majority of these funds are for NTUA and also DED. The total amount in that category that's been approved that we're moving forward in these projects is at $100 million right now. We've had discussion with NTUA, we've had discussion with NECA, we've had discussion with the broadband folks, the engineers, DED, JT Willie's division, and we're going to move forward with implementing this project. These are the projects that were defunded, and that's what is in CJY 4120. There was a question with regards to how we're going to help the businesses. Again, DED Artisans and Business Economic Relief Grant that has been approved for $31 million is going to help the business that we didn't help when they were defunded. So that's how we're addressing Honorable Delegate Crotty on how we're moving forward. Again, on the new projects, this is not the defunded CARES or what I'm describing now. The new projects is what President alluded to. There has to be a leadership meeting to discuss how we're going to move forward on the new projects. Currently, we are having meetings internally with all of the programs that I described: OC, OMB, DOJ, NECA, NTUA, broadband, all of them right now to discuss how we're going to move some of these new projects forward. And that includes everything that you described, which is capacity, everything that we can do to deliver these projects is what we're talking about now. And we are going to present that to the council, and that would be something that would be up to leadership as how to move forward with the new projects. And hopefully we can have that meeting in the near future. With respect to the timeline, I'll go ahead and go over to a little bit on the public safety and all the other programs that Honorable Delegate Crotty asked about. Those projects, we internally, what I did is I submitted a memorandum to all the programs and enterprises requesting for projects. And that's what we received, and that's what we're using. And I wanted to say, Honorable Delegate Crotty, that I will review some of those areas that you had inquired about, such as public safety, some of the areas that that you had posed, I will get with the division directors on that, get that back to you, Honorable Delegate Crotty. As in respect to questions from Honorable Delegate Charles Newton, I will get with the controller. I believe she's on the line as well, to answer the question on the website. Based on our meeting this morning with the support working group, they had made that the online was on and active. So I will get back with Madam Controller here shortly. With respect to the capacity that you had mentioned, we have, again, as I indicated, the working groups that we have developed has done an excellent job to this point to move forward. But as far as the implementation of these projects will require capacity. And that's why under CJY 4121, Council mandated that there be 180 million to develop that capacity. And as I indicated in my report, we have received budgets from the various programs. OOC submitted their budget. DOJ, Division of Fish and Wildlife, and so forth, submitted the budgets to our office, and we forward that to DOJ to determine if they are eligible for those budgets they are requesting. So that will address the capacity that you mentioned. In response to, I believe there was a question with regards to the DIBL contract. Most or all of the project development programs, which entails water resources, the Division of Natural Resources, Division of Transportation, all of them have consulting teams on board, including public safety. Public safety has a consulting team on board to develop design for new facilities, public safety facilities, judicial facilities. All of them have consulting teams on board. In this instance, Garrett has a consulting team on board to handle a lot of the work that they do. DIBL is under contract with them. In order to move programs forward, in order to move a lot of these programs and a lot of the implementation of ARPA without an office at this point, we have to rely on those consulting teams to get projects moving. Jason, for instance, has Jason John and Division of Natural Water Resources has a consulting team on board that's helping him develop these projects under Section 5 and 6 of the legislation. Garrett also has a consulting team, which consists of DIBL, that's helping him develop projects under Section 5 and 6. So to single out one consulting team is not, to just single out one consulting team is not very fair to all of the programs that we're working with now. So and DIBL is under contract through what they call an on-call engineering services. And that was done a couple of years ago. So Garrett is using that on-call engineering to provide that for him. And that was done through proper Navajo Nation procurement system. It was advertised, and he selected those teams. Same holds true with Department of Public Safety. They advertised their program, their consulting teams, and they selected their consulting team to provide on-call. Division of Natural Water Resources also did the same. They did an RFP, and they have now consulting teams on board to help them. NECA also operates that way. They have broadband consultants that they advertise, and now they're on board, and they're helping them in the broadband area. So that's how project delivery is done in the construction industry. So with that, I think I addressed a lot of the concerns that were posed. If I miss anything, again, a lot of these questions that were raised could be easily be answered by the appropriate division directors, but we're only allowed 3 people to speak at this time. So, Mr. Chair, I appreciate the time and my responses. Thank you.
Thank you, President Nez and Mr. Chaco. We're going to move on to Delegate Keelan-Begay. You're recognized.
Pro Temp Speaker
It's
Daniel
later,
Stewart.
I'd like to raise a point of privilege.
Okay, Delegate, so I'll put you down the list, and then Delegate Charles Newton, the point of privilege.
Yeah, thank you, Delegate Slater. I just wanted to ask, the president did not answer my question. Where does the president stand in terms of the legislation to give people $2,000 if they're over the age of 18 or $1,000 for children? I noticed that he did turn the floor over to Chief of Staff Paulson Chaco. I just like to get it on the record on where he stands, because I'm looking through your PowerPoint presentation. I don't believe that it is part of the plan. In addition, I'm a little bit worried about the 31 million for the artisans, and that being way.
Delegate Charles Newton, can you hold for a second? There's someone whose phone is unmuted. 928 ending in 987, please mute them. And then Elmer Begay, please mute your phone. Okay, Delegate Charles Newton, please proceed.
Thank you, Delegate Slater. So the question wasn't answered, and I just like to get the answer so that we know whether, whether he's going to veto it. And again, as Delegate Crotty stated, we do need to think in terms of what's coming up for winter, and this would be a great way to help the people. So again, looking at his PowerPoint presentation, I don't see it, and I believe I did ask that question. And so if I can get an answer to that, thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Charles Newton, for the point of privilege. Can I go to the Office of Legislative Counsel to provide some advisement on whether the committee can compel a presenter to answer a specific question? Ms. Bobroff?
Thank you, Delegate Slater. I don't believe that there is anything in the code that would compel a presenter to answer a specific question. If they decline to answer the question, then the council has probably a couple of options going forward. One is to not accept the report, to give, so that would be one option. The second option would be, of course, to request presenter's response in and present the presenters to provide a written response. The third option, I'm trying to figure out how it would fit in. The third option is if there is some type of documentation that the committee is requesting and it's not provided, we could, of course, look into some type of subpoena issue, but I'm not sure that that is a perfect fit. So at the moment, I will research it further, but at the moment, I think I'll stand with that is my answer. Thank you, Speaker, or Speaker Pro Tem.
Chair Pro Tem. Thank you very much, Ms. Bobroff. And Delegate Charles Newton, it's not to dismiss your question, it's just to be realistic about what we can do within the confines of the committee and to make sure that we're moving through our business in an appropriate manner. So you're welcome to request to speak again, but as chair, I'd like us to continue moving forward and make sure we don't get in an endless cycle of asking for responses to questions if they're not provided. And essentially it's the presenter's deference to answer the questions as they would like. And there are several options that are provided to committee members if they feel the questions are not answered satisfactorily. So to that end, thank you for the point of privilege. Those same points can be raised during the course of debate, and I'm happy to recognize you in the future. Delegate Kiel Mbege, you're recognized.
You are unmuted.
Naabik'íyáti, good evening. Ado kudo response on the clinic. Ado kudo nihinda hosnaki president's office there. President Nez, his brother. Ado kudo not his brother, Mr. Chaco. Oko kudo 2467 kickers. And I was in the process of submitting the email, the specific question. That way, if it's not answered, maybe that could be have a response to this. Number one, the key, how is the division program segregating ongoing projects aside from the opera funding projects? I believe we have a lot of funding continues to come in on the yearly base. So the opera funding is scheduled to be expended within 3 years. The base for adaya hinde projects la you been your base of the kid or something hinde o kujoko push aside all na koko projects nidiki dika tahat il tehki edigi nal ile la konsoya halit ala how do you plan on putting a plan together, making sure that progress continues while we're working on the opera funding projects? That's one. Although the one-stop shop, the no behind the my question is that could we push to adopt this as a permanent for the Navajo Nation overall? It doesn't make sense for opera funding projects get special treatment while other regular projects have to go through the current process that we have. The question I believe it was Wednesday or yesterday, RDC, on the second time. The one-stop shop, I don't know, will it be effective in some such case? What ain't because the council approved an emergency legislation to implement cell towers or broadband 911 FirstNet. Some areas no. That particular emergency legislation is in place, but our own program is standing their ground to say that they still have to go through the regular process of getting the right of way. If a law was passed, followed, but yet our programs are not following, will one-stop shop be effective, or would that be followed? So in such case, so is it well worth to even implement this one-stop shop? Regular general funding projects la based atin the project siki tanet de dot atin national out of the permanent trust funds that hagi fire project siki atin the de they still have to go through this the lengthy process while the opera funding will be allowed to utilize the one-stop shop. So broadband. I appreciate President last was it Monday or Tuesday the Arizona Commerce regarding broadband and covering the northeastern part of the state. I've been asking NITA NTIA today that's a speaker again I have through point of privilege is utilized to get documents budget session through the point of privilege. I've asked if all the entities that have applied for broadband cell service or cell tower to NTAI maybe through you, President, Chief of Staff and litigation. Is it possible to share that list with the council? Although how do we don't want to duplicate broadband, and then comes to the question of immediate process. Which of these projects can, while we're going through the process of establishing the budget, but any of these projects be able to continue to move forward in making and I guess giving the assurance, like to our Navajo entities, to tell them that the has the cell service, the broadband at the based on his least gosh bohnet to end it out bahananas. I don't MOA or MOU that she able that uncle could did first net liniki at the link needn't go. This particular agreement was in place over a year, and as of today, again, nothing hasn't been done yet. Earlier, for about a few hours, there's been Amber Alert. That Hakishi Asta Nehotat Agent Yego Kodo Hitan Liniki Ishana Hui needs in the door in Latko Saho chapter has Ango Yego Baby Chen has it. According to Liniki Yego Sato Lana Dans and the gift at the corner the old homework yan but yet they don't have the ability to access the internet when they get home. So could any immediate process, including water line, power line, we know that we're going to allocate funding for power line and water line and broadband. Could there be an immediate agreement to say that, with a consensus to say that, yes, just start building and start extending water line and power line? Otherwise, electricity do water line out of the capacity power line but you have other part of the Navajo Nation. We know that power line are served. People are served by different companies. ilahit aje sto sato the nan linigi that are served by other power company ilahit sato be kaichi la do le sto other housing that the no the bayada ti ko ilahit atskilko at ilnesto atskilko kat is kanto ajit neta at seto tatit tahtit go highlight ahol jistolle. Housing is one area shnant ayego koto bebendi ashonde because we know a lot of our Navajo people wants to come back onto the nation. Koko highlight all of the one linigi go satopi babakati jala one nesto one de ni koko dik at net at the tajik at the census 2020 bana stay go good unit na they were rather counted at these cities late ojika the ajiko based on you yek at that lag on he could based on his hoto listen at then ako that ban saha kesiki that at the one konta one they had to be physically be here no by yet here ako to aji go shin and listen and then going back to the electricity I like to kodo ni basebans an ni kone la the nabich honato liniki she kodo sato stop in shato le hiki 8 I kodo into a baby ha siki a dik at electricity at this kodo do not khailat nan linigit you be opi bahta jildo halne la kodo na betsta that ne sizo ti ne la betsta that ne sizan get that it's but clear do niko so go back from clean fresh to have them start paying their bill. I mean a session and instruction and that's one area and I've been asking into when can you provide that dollar figure that net you'd but they're accumulated a lot of these funding or the bill from NQA. So that's one area that I plan on pushing. How much are we planning to allocate to each of the chapter? Because Kodo Division Community Development has been making presentation to each of the delegates how much they have been submitting on behalf of the projects we're being asked to submit. To my understanding, my 5 chapters combined had submitted more than $100 million. I mean, realistically, is that how much each of the chapters will be? I mean, that's how much my region, my chapters will be getting. That chapter resolution ben the doch chapter to ni the katanan linki in ta olle ako ela e hit aje di kodo based on linki chapter de hit ala e pa il na to hit ala pa ka hui na to hanel lan le pa hui na to le aje local community project siki. And then the other area that I kept asking is that submit the dasland potentially that some of them will not be eligible. And that's the reason why I tried to say that we should have asked chapters to submit projects until we know what are allowable and what aren't allowable. Projects submitted. So I'm not sure how many of the those listings will not be eligible. Katie to be had this natural resource kwaja. Kaya has ajato kaya penta and nishiki hit ale koto sato be betet eko kwaja. Keda the lieta to and dan liensta to and dan ka the never bele holoniki la hit ajit to based on abundant la to ade. Because all of it, dikat and dan ka the shiniki be da inish ada konkat sato baby bichi yatat ko elahit ego kodo baby sato baby ka iliedo listo aj dikay has again dag hadat hakito ada kodo irrigation systems that haglahit ego kodo sato stop base abundant ahla So AC 2467 ke has go e kodo na edes kedo listo ado kodo shin basic hat to just in writing shin to such hundo li ado sa shin ba na dis ko ati kodo chair protect chairs na shin pa ha sit le.
Thank you, Delegate Begay. We're going to move on to Delegate Daniel So. You're recognized.
Can you put freely in the queue box? Thank you.
Yes.
Ja, één get het niet alleen. Ja, Cecilia, President Nez, Ado Cecilia, Chief of Staff Paulson Chaco. Ado the FRF office is established. Kunde Nabi Plan Operation Ato. They did sosta. Personnel ato on the higher Nata. Khalid out of Nelson. FRF office has been established. Joe Son innocent. Kodoshit Satahato. This ego to Atlanta. The Joe office of the president, vice president. It has unjo under the DT. This office established only at the nation. Been down how it see within the legislation within 45 days. The office established only without need that. She has Charles Newton, Honorable Charles Newton. The Pinda it's now day 53 since you signed the legislation. Quacky. Oh, I say you see in that in the story. How does it say you had the which asati away from the divisions, away from the programs in the departments. Asati but we do asto aj the station base or your kidi a aj but ya had chatoli. Abi said a hansi not so seems if you had the jacket. He and the president, he said, I take the seat now. Hajola Leda il Tegi has three response on the year. What the nation you're putting the wagon before the horse. But they thought it is the Tanapansiki yo yestole. So a quaggy to the Tanapansi not seen what a anarnish. A quaggy plateau. A Joe Stan Oste. I do as a chiller. President Nez, I thought we seen see for that. But now is middle has under a not so say on days job. A quaggy quaggy. Not so sneak dato, ni ligi these slight show. O da bakata. O quaggy at the bina nish go bakat and the quade asati I thought eating the seat in the judin. A what else? A dash how a stutner so see quaggy in hit that with that say a stunning only. Ado Asian Nikti should say Ziki Asian Nik teamwork totally. A day of Otlacho Nik of the Queen Seno. Ato Adbit Baseball on Ado. It was a son of say what else Nahan so case. Nahan Seda case. Zoya the Asado ya. One nation not Niho Koje Asati. Asati Hansi. Not all kid had neither. But the Hansi. A conde Kodo. Baseball has an agency baso. Nedi Ado Sato ya Hasin so the water resources projects. Kita si nil. Ado she Lanto late winter up chill begin denzo. At a na kid been non that a hard that it all day. A project, eh? What else a chicken on this will yeah? A long quaggy has auto leaks a chili. Oh, need of the scene also. And you'll so not a hujul that chins and so I thought it without a chin Almanson. A called quaggy. Azor? Azor don't live quaggy. But a not nishy, and not need. Quaggy, oh, only a quadru hut FD quadru hut F. A for 8 of Hansi. Which now that it now the president of office so that need at all late. House a job a husband all late. House a dikodo besota. Idish Kiliki house a Adi Hadishje. Oh, she yo in the Inigi is chin. Think to a quaggy basely chi. One a ta Nashti just a husband. So quaggy to Ado the Sena 8 the chapter equipment in the Haid. The Haid need Injabka Indla. The big high. We get Estes or Catelia. The quacky. I see, but not at all late, because of the COVID, the need to do burials. For none other than she gave it need. Late, how come the rules and regulations prohibit the use of it in the burials? Which one and how many of these machinery that we purchase, how many have rolled out of the chapter compound? Go grade a road to perhaps dig a short water line or to even smooth the road with these backhoes. Ado Hajorshichan, or Zita, Cook Shansi, Shankat Nita. We're talking to the person that had it's where the buck stops at Nita. Was it silly? President Nez. Like is Kajon? Nijin Shani Dili. What out a in Hastito. A 9 Chliniki Benacha. So I kept us still. Oh, a nice in what out in her daughter. Dorsing to begins the door Tarta. without a kenalnish. Without a ebinas, inasala. But a let's Chair Pro Tem, I give the floor back to you. That would be the extent of my questions and my statements. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. So we're going to go to Delegate Freeland, and then we'll return to the presenters. Delegate Freeland, you're recognized. Shania.
Here, colleagues of the Research and Development Committee, Naabik'íyáti Committee, excuse me. President Nez and Chief of Staff Chaco and Ms. Lewis and everyone on this call this evening. Thank you for the preliminary discussions related to moving forward. And I'm enthusiastic as many of you are to seeing how we're gonna proceed forward and what manner, what fashion we're gonna start with. I have 8 chapters out here in Eastern Navajo, and all my chapters have prepared adequately. And I had 3 chapter meetings on Tuesday, and we talked about this. We talked about preparation, and the big takeaway from a lot of those discussions on Tuesday focused around water and the need for water. The chapter is ready. We've got to get the BBN 9 and the Navajo Gallup Water Supply Project situated. But there's 66 homes in Standing Rock alone that are waiting for water. 39 in White Rock, and a few others in Lake Valley and Vicente. That seems to be the big thing for my area is water, the need for water. I really appreciate TI is really adequately planning and preparing themselves as a chapter. They talked a little bit more about electrical, 17 homes that need electricity, and then the need for upgrades, electrical upgrades and house wiring. And I am real hopeful, and I'll continue to pray that, our people will get basic infrastructure needs, a lot of things that we have as a luxury. And I take for granted sometimes that I don't, I think a lot of our people that are out there having to haul water or use generators are, wanting just a simple light at night or being able to turn on a faucet. And that's where we are in our area. And of course, as a delegate from Eastern, we do have to deal with land status, and that's one of the challenges. And I'm real hopeful that this one-stop shop will help us with that. The 23 different land statuses that we have, and we're going to need the help of the BLM. We're going to need the help of the BIA, possibly even the state of New Mexico, and then private landowners as well. But just to kind of give you a picture as well, I really am hopeful that as a body, as leaders, that we don't forget about Eastern Navajo Agency. Please don't forget about us, because we're just as much as important as everyone else on trust side. And I think my colleagues in RDC heard this a lot, that we're stepchildren. And I think Chairman, he finally got that sense of what that actually meant. And I think that needs to stop for us, because we have a lot of nice people out here. We have a lot of good people out here, Eastern Agency. And we have a lot of good leadership too. Our Eastern Agency Council is very proactive, and I really applaud the leadership of the 31 chapters. I applaud the Eastern Agency executive team and how they are very progressive. With the leadership meetings that we are going to propose, I would like to include the Eastern Agency Executive Council in those discussions as well. I would like to ask that we include them. We include all 5 agencies from the agency councils, because they're the ones who know particularly what is happening at the local level. And without our chapters input, without our chapters knowledge, whether that's the officials, the administrative teams, the Club Cs, the Daltex teams, the CXRs, they are the ones who know who is most in need. And that's a real important resource or resources that we have to really value. And I want to request that as a delegate from Eastern Agency. And for myself and my chapters, I'm really proud of the work that they have done. My brother, Honorable Kealan Begay, just mentioned his area of submissions through the DCD portal, and we were number 2 behind him. Although he has 5 chapters, he still beat me. He still beat us in requests. The majority of those requests for our area came off of the chapter's ICIP. Those ICIP listings, of course, are presented to the community and passed, and a lot of those ICIPs reflect what is also turned into the state of New Mexico too. So with that, some of our chapters and the 54 chapters in New Mexico also have some funds to possibly leverage through TIF and possibly through capital outlay too. So that's something else we need to also take into consideration for this ARPA office. So, Shanta, I really ask that we cohesively work together and enhance our people's lives and forever change their lives. When we're able to bring water, when we're able to bring electricity, that's a game changer forever for our people. And when they're able to utilize a commode within their own home through a bathroom addition, that changes a life forever. And for myself, it's real important, and I've seen it with my own eyes. I've been out there during this whole pandemic, and I appreciate the staff that have been working during this pandemic. Out here in the field, you see senior center vans driving out in Chaco Canyon area. You see CXR GSA vehicles driving out, checking on people, our people. And, this whole COVID thing really put a big damper on our lives. We lost a lot of good people. And, we will continue to hope and pray that we will defeat this Delta variant and defeat the COVID as a whole. Because we got to move on. We got to defeat this at some point. And, just keeping up with IHS and keeping up with the reports from Crown Point Service Unit and how they're working to vaccinate our people. I'm really proud of that service unit as well. Yesterday we had a chapter meeting, or Tuesday had a chapter meeting with Crown Point chapter, and the CSC there, and of course our officials there working together, displayed what they want, what they submitted, 14 projects potentially. That's going to make a huge difference for Crown Point. Crown Point is a hub town, is a hub agency, but we're years behind other hub towns, whether that be Fort Defiance, Shiprock, Tuba City, Chinle, even Kayenta is more advanced than we are. We talked a little bit about bringing up our economic development areas, including the bashes. Everyone's getting the Starbucks. What about Crown Point? If we can get a facelift for our bashes, that would make a huge difference for us. So, I won't stop. I won't stop advocating for our area. I won't stop advocating for Eastern Agency. Everything matters out here as well too, and our people matter tremendously. And they're waiting and they're counting on us. They're counting on all of us to come through in some form or fashion. So, thank you very much, President, for being here and for updating us as well. Definitely appreciate that. Mr. Chaco, Ms. Lewis, thank you as well, and to all the division directors, all the staff of the Navajo Nation government, thank you as well. It's been I'm really proud of a lot of our teams that have been out here, and especially during this pandemic. And I hope we never have to go through anything like this ever again. I never thought we would ever go through such a pandemic or anything. Never thought about that. But we're resilient. I think, like you always say, President, we're resilient. I think of the 8,000 of our ancestors that went to Fort Sumner, the 4,000 that came back from there, and look at us now. We're 400,000 plus strong. Because of them, we have to be thankful for their resiliency and their survival. And we just celebrated 153 years this past summer of their return. So, I'm going to continue to pray for all of us as leaders and all of our people as a whole. We have a real opportunity in front of us to help our people in so many ways, and the time is now. So, thank you, Taliaja, for the time, Speaker Pro Tem, and my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Freeland. We'll return now to President Nez and Mr. Chaco. You're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker or Chairman Pro Tem. Appreciate the questions and comments from the council this evening. And I think it's very important to highlight here that your work sessions, our internal vetting of projects are all coming together. The council had many work sessions throughout the summer and still getting information to make sound decisions. The unfinished CARES Act projects are water line and electricity projects, including broadband telecommunication with over $53 million that we recently applied for the NTIA grant for a large portion of the Eastern Navajo Nation. My colleagues from Western Agency were very disappointed that there wasn't much projects in the western part of the agency, but we did say that once or when the infrastructure bill gets passed, we are to connect much of the network. It all started from the ARRA, American Recovery and Risk Reinvestment Act, during the Obama administration, that provided fiber to some communities of Navajo Nation, and we're just expanding here that fiber, that net high-speed internet to much of the Navajo Nation. That's our goal, and it's planning to plan to get much of this infrastructure developed. So once we come together and talk about the projects, those are where we talk about the hardship funds. And I did mention this, that not about 1 or 2, 3 delegates, it's about 24 delegates, including the leadership from the Office of the President, Vice President, and the local chapters. We propose $2 million to go to chapters to help get some of these projects ready. Put money there for house wiring so we can expand electricity in year 2 and year 3, doing bathroom additions so we can expand the water lines in year 2 and 3 as well. And I truly believe the chapters have the capacity. They can help in this process of getting projects completed and expanded throughout the Navajo Nation. The vetting of projects is based on the United States Treasury guidelines. Projects that we deemed eligible based on Treasury guidelines. We did send a letter off to the U.S. Treasury to answer some questions. We haven't received any questions regarding the monies that are available for certain expenditures. And I think we're going to have to make a decision as leaders to fund some of these projects that are in the gray area, and we come together and support one another. For ARPA, there's an iffy under electricity, but water expansion is okay, one example. But you need electricity to the next. So that's one example of things that we need to talk about at our next leadership meeting. Today we're talking about the FRF office to establish that. And tomorrow we establish this office. We let the people know how the $180 million is being spent on the executive branch. And like I said, if the legislative branch wants to show their project listing for the $20 million, then we can announce that 10% of the over $2 billion that's set aside for support, and begin to talk about the one-stop shop plan of operation that's going through the council right now. To also start beginning to talk about the expenditure plans for water and infrastructure, that those 3 expenditure plans that were presented to you all today, those we have to talk about. And I agree, yeah, the leadership to leadership meeting has to occur. And we look forward to having that soon. And we've been waiting. We've been asking for that leadership meeting. So I'm hoping that we can get that done soon. I know everybody's got their own work sessions and their committee meetings scheduled, but we definitely need to come back together for a work session. Next week, there was a proposed work session for the council and the executive branch to talk about the Budget and Finance Committee's legislation establishing the protocols. And that was our proposition on Tuesday, because we need to know how these chapter projects will be handled, what that process is, and the vetting. What are the procedures for vetting based on the U.S. Treasury guidelines? We can't just, go against the guidelines. There are some that are not explicit. And that's where we're asking Treasury for some response. But to this day, we haven't received anything. And so that gray area, I think we all got to make a decision to move some of these projects forward. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Freeland, as well. And I agree with you. This is one of those once-in-a-lifetime opportunities that's right before us to improve the quality of life for our people, not just immediate needs, but the long-term needs for our children and our grandchildren. That should be the vision that we all have that is unified to move forward. Mr. Chaco, Paulson, Chief.
Thank you, Mr. President, and also Mr. Chair and honorable members of the 24th Nomination Council. Kun zaho ya di don khadeli do sin son Naabik'íyáti kodo sinan ai. Kodo setselin ide kit yalan bigay in general ya he put all of his question in an email, and I will be forwarding all those questions to the respective programs and divisions to respond back to. But just to address just a few of them, you asked the question with regards to the one-stop shop, and could we push this to adopt permanently? My answer to that, Cecilia, is yes. One of the things President Nez and also Vice President Leiser, we have been in discussion with the programs and divisions for the past several weeks and even months. How are we going to improve the system? And this is one area that we feel that we could improve the system to where projects can move quicker through the Navajo Nation government. Projects like water, power, those sort of things. And I would like to see the regulatory coordinating committee that we have formed to make this a permanent. And that's what we've instructed them. So if we could make this permanent, that would be one area that we could improve on the Navajo Nation system. Not only in the regulatory part, we also have the support working group who's actually working with the controller on how to improve her system, the system that she's running, as well as OMB. So now's the opportunity to make these changes with the ARPA dollars, and also making sure that this is a long-term solution, not just the remaining 3 years. Broadband you touched on. I will let Chris Vicente know that if we could get that NTAI grant and see and forward that to you, we can do that. I'll have Chris Vicente work on that for me. Good. And then you asked another question: could certain projects be constructed while developing the budget? Yes, we are already in that process right now. As I indicated, the working groups that we develop are already working on these projects. For instance, in section 5 and 6, that the council mandated that we look for those CARES projects that were defunded. That's why you see that list of $100 million. We worked with NTUA, NECA, consulting engineers, DCD, and several other infrastructure development group that we had. And we've developed that list, and now that list has been approved. So now we're in the process of working with NTUA on implementing all of those projects. I think there's about 8 items that are under that defunded CARES projects that we're working with NTUA now. They are going to be internally working on construction schedule on most of those, which takes additional resources from them, but they're working through that. So we are working already even before the office is established, because we had to get these projects moving. So the team consisting of what I described earlier is working on those right now. Dollar amount projected to be allocated to each chapter, as the president indicated, for those new projects, the new ones, those new projects are the one that leadership needs to sit down and find ways, or find a direction and guidance to the divisions and enterprises on how to move those next projects forward. As President indicated earlier, we do have a recommendations from all of the professionals meaning architects, engineers, right-of-way specialists, all of those folks, and all of the people that are on that work group to give a list to you, and then you, along with the president, can decide how that list should be divided or even recommended to us, because we need some guidance and direction from the leadership as well, so that we can move on some of these projects that you will approve. I'll go ahead and go over to Mr. Daniel. So there was a question on the FRF office, Chennai, and thank you for that question. And when you, earlier in our presentation, under CJY 4121, as I indicated, that is the direction and also the law that the council passed on how we proceed with implementing the ARP program. And more specifically, in 11C, under CJY 4121, the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Office Plan of Operation has to be presented before NABI, and a plan of operation to be prepared. And that's what we've done. So that plan of the office that is President indicated will be established based on our plan of operation that we've covered today. So and who's working on this? We again, as I indicated earlier, you have a list of the four working groups: division directors, support, the regulatory, and infrastructure development team have all had a role in the development of the plan of operation. So it's not office of the president, vice president, but we got the advice from all of the groups that I indicated are working currently now. So as far as who do I submit my application to? Again, as President indicated, there was potentially a work session with council and the division directors to go over the process, which is identified in Budget and Finance Committee Resolution BFS 3121, which is the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund application and review and procedures. DOJ, the Legislative Council, and that was for Tuesday, my understanding, as President indicated. That's to go over the procedures and how projects are developed and how those are submission should be done. Again, going back to the section 5 and 6, council already directed us to look at those CARES defunded projects, look at the citizen and the UFB allocations. That's what we did. Those projects will be ready to move forward probably next week in the amount of 200 million. The new projects, that's what President is asking for leadership. With respect to Council Delegate Freeland, the need for water and electricity in your region, I agree. Water and electricity has been paramount in our discussion with the working group teams. We have been identifying those areas that we feel that we could do immediately with all of the consulting engineers, NECA, NTUA, all the enterprises, all the divisions, in determining where the most feasible projects will be with water and electricity. Again, as President indicated, we're preparing that, hopefully for the leadership meeting so that you can review that and ask questions of all of the people that have contributed to the proposed list. Daniel, that list on as far as some of the professionals that we have employed to make these recommendations to you, and then you as leadership can take a look at that and decide how you want to move forward. Even though I missed a few, most of the divisions and enterprises are on the call, and I'm pretty sure they're taking notes, and we'll respond back to you in writing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. President and Mr. Chaco. Right now, we have Delegate Brown. Delegate Brown, you're recognized to speak. Okay.
Sincerely, this is Vice Chair Smith. Put me in a queue.
Yes, you both are acknowledged. Thank you. Delegate Brown.
Okay. Oh, yeah, Shananta, Delegate Carl Slater, yeah, Craigie, to Kanandawagi. Ado, Beshbasa an Yad Ecuador Naot Anigi. Adoshik Edoshit Nanas Hodasanasagi. Ado, Senant Landes and Dani, do Beshinan, Inido, Nachin, Ado Counts and Dani. Beshinan inch Inido and Kachin, so Kenkanal Keshi Dahano. A coho Kudo Keason, Ado Ale. Naabik'íyáti ako biani nanish eya ntragit akonde oisins ado shedene betrashado le dahatralo danashaw disha has twizazani shich echadat ade dashlo be ahande denenitle nhokha digen denenitle nabi ho akut edole Khalay din hizad benit ado neke ol neken nahaga be sahanit kwegi kut digin the nan khata jospa nakaman hosang khata jospa akonda ikat betne khay teach ostoid ini the questions no akodo an hidiyata Belash like it things and that nice on the could on the king eat a coade that's no shan't deep and on skin but silla I love it on the ohadil they it's a wait you not skin but silla has your that not there has your that's not but on the command was not that machine so do banate in the halahotza anil ho and ashetra could abeshich and easier down hot abik bank which a hada at here Shamasana yohono and Shamayas Keda Zeta the did the nanny Lenny in care or in Spada di Krego do Congo di Kata harder than Zad be Krego do Congo di Kata did this bit the Hadigin did be can't in the language other Nihito big enos on Naabik'íyáti in Kesiata Dosne did Kayatan the Nadole did a conda hadil kleto hadot need Eban this case a code with Naabik'íyáti the best of Benin Niki and get a Holia base or you a coho Okado Haspido Halate Kaije Halate the best ones on it Lenny do Nakan launch don't count to Kenny Adasko division directors. So Shanant, we are an extraordinary time, not just on the Navajo Nation, but across the world. But we are the next one is that hello. Next khasi da hello don khas queen kizani da hello. Eita bena antini beten slido put us the nations. Oh yeah, yeah, that's here. Nkidene Yohatan Kisid, our Navajo people are watching us. We are in extraordinary times that we are going to probably point it out in the Navajo history books. Dinad Ani, Dinad Satani Ken Satani, Halet Abenan Shadegi Lashin Kit Nidole. It is the decisions that we are going to make today that's going to impact our Navajo people. It's going to impact how we live and how we're going to help our people. And I think from what I'm hearing from our people is we need to move from the soul level. Niti denkizad to basi tio. Sa to ya to ani niki de she peshma sa ani tlini. Kut nate zeho. The ne yoha seat el chin no sesendo hot. Adigi, and of all times, maybe we need to stand together as the 24th Navajo Nation Council and the executive branch and judicial and have a resounding voice together. I'm saying this because our people are suffering. As Indigenous people, as Navajo people, we have survived so much trauma, and now we are seeing this trauma of this pandemic. It's compounding on top of one another. Because of that, our Navajo, the suicide rate on Navajo, as I heard from experts, that it's going back up. Our children are suffering. The walk that happened last Friday, and there's so many, our veterans, our people, and this is where they look to leadership. So I asked my colleagues, President's Office, Judicial, our peacemakers, and the most wonderful thing about being Dene is we still have our language, our way of life, our ceremonies, but above that also that we have the many faith-based, they all have good intentions. Hajo the ne badi ne akut asich akatahasi our people the kwegi shi yaje we na I ahong ahan se tongich ahanda was khaston kedot nit. So we are living in very interesting times where our people are impacted. The negativity that goes back and forth or sideways, and I know that I'm a part of that, and where no one's perfect. I'm not here to blame anyone or to point out anyone. I'm sitting here listening. I'm sitting here and watching. I'm watching her. I'm watching the Netcha. A great Navajo nation. She's still trying to stand up. She's trying to armor herself with. This team though, but best is Ogi though. Beben haga. Yezi. Nishikudo baka dicha. So there's an adil indole shananta. And it does not matter what faith-based. At this time, we just need to come together. It's really sad when I watch helping a family in Kayenta when they lost everything. I think in a way, my father told me that everyone watches you. So we impact everything on Navajo and beyond that. So I'm listening to my people and how they're asking us that we have to come from the soul. Although I know that the census say we have close to 400,000 people, but that's according to what horses and Native American have in common with blood quantum. But with I'm sure there's over 1 million Navajos out there. A lot of Navajos that have been relocated, a lot of Navajos who have been taken away. But I know that they're reaching out. Although we can't just think of the short term, but the long term. What are we going to leave for our children and grandchildren 20 years, 50 years, 100 years, and 500 years from today? And one of the things that no one in this world that can do that we can do is to maintain our language and to save our language. No one can do that for us. The United States government cannot do it for us. This public school system cannot do it for us. And again, I think as a nation, what my elders yesterday and just spending a lot of time with this elderly woman and her children and her grandchildren was just the state of the nation and the sadness that our people feel, the confusion in this pandemic. So when I sat with her, it was an honor to sit with her, to sit there and listen to her shed her tears, and then she kept offering me prayers. And I know that on Navajo Nation, what's the percentage? I know it's over 50% of the Navajo population that we have grown adults that are sitting unemployed, that are sitting with idle hands. I think with this funding, some of the recommendations from our people is give us work, hire us. I have Navajo-owned companies that have been meeting almost on a weekly, on a daily basis, planning. I have wonderful people and friends who are extending their expertise from the outside. But it is our Navajo-owned businesses and companies that are working around the clock. I call let's employ all our Navajo-owned companies. Let's employ our Navajo adults. There's so much work that needs to be done. I was watching my family the other day preparing for a big ceremony in March. They created a wonderful assembly line in a tiny house in my sister's house. I didn't say anything. I just sat there and watched them. It was so good to see our relatives that haven't mingled or spending time with each other to sit there and just simply sew and getting ready for a ceremony. And there was laughter, there was sadness, there was tears, there was everything. And I know that our people need healing. Our people need to see that in leadership, to express that, to show the nayet nitle. It's hayugo kinantikin. It's hayugo. Alankis at the husband not. But the badadi kah nahalan. Akoho Aiden kita yoket. Passionant dishi. Hajon kita nati dan dad nashigi. Hajo Ada. Bakaticha. They nisto dan. They nisto lesto. See the que peso yard in the deed. One bit that danitle, 2 bit that danitle, and the hick ed that the leto. Nickel lean on, tongue gets on bitch about the hutchin. Point out that then don't get that. Oh, but that the hoye attend a lot of things. Dan ne quaggish in get the ne. Lego the hot dog answer bit that the Akon ka tweedon kazani ken na ahlahi that as they oyana kay. Legon za betin that cha. Coich that then lay the dia no nzadi thought that long ho. But that cha. A baby yal do skin de aho ade be job could she need not she hit the neck. For myself, I can speak for myself that my medicine people have given me so much herbs as they shot at khati the COVID shadows now. Ni huye ni eji khasho bantu the keso. The as conduct another dishna. Adat a quinjet when that Winson. Imagine our people with respiratory problems. When they are sitting there thinking without sikhsen, without hope. And that's what they're asking. And the government has done this to us so many times, and now we're doing it to each other. Edi yashanant the Joshin Kati Nik Equinziniki. Shin Quegi, Nitasho Kan Disha Twizani Betrasha, Lego donations that they leho Betrasha, Le Native American Church of the Nashao, the other, Yunan Skin Adi Hatahasi, no Sesenda, even when I met with the Weavers luncheon at Twin Arrows last week. These grandmas, these mothers of ours, they took their time speaking to me, but we have to be patient and listen to them. I have this medicine woman in Indian Wells area that she usually doesn't let me go till close to midnight. And I think that's one of the people that we need to bring in during this time is to have a medicine din hastwisani nahashani haisha anikin khahanne. Before colonial contact, we had a perfect system of governance. We had a perfect system of how we took care of the land. We are trying to understand this westernized adversarial system that we are almost sometimes are losing to. What is the teaching that this pandemic is teaching us? These are not just my words, these are my words of my elders when I'm visiting them. When they ask for my help and I try my best and I can't be everywhere. I know my colleagues, you're all aware of this, but I'm listening, and of course, there's a lot of listening, and I just want to highlight all the division directors who are probably losing sleep, and I hope that you're relieved of your anxiety and your depression. I guarantee you a lot of us are going through that. Just because we're elected, we're not immune to that. Just because they're division directors, they're not immune to that. All our Navajo employees are doing their best. That's what I see. I know that they're doing their best. I know we're doing our best. But I think we need to come from a different way. We need to really look at this from a Dene perspective. Eik Echwinson, Edit Atsohtizen. Ndle Quedat Hadi Kahonada Ishne Honasi Toya Arch either Danla. Allahot Ehta no Disha has tweeted Zani Ada Hadishka Nasi Dikon Toya Arch either Danla. Ashkadon Nistan a coho Janand Equit Ayashich Ahatahasi Bansis case the Oyona Ishna. Ni Danila Hinson. Could you go on this side of the project? Again, I just want to express my appreciation to, the IHS OEH for the SDS listing and NCUA, their listing on these water projects, sewer projects, economic development for all the staff there and their work. And I know that it is there in these court buildings, all these different buildings, economic development portion for Navajo Nation Department of Transportation. I don't think that's it's a problem for the Navajo Nation is the lack of projects. It's that our wonderful team of Navajo employees have done a tremendous job in compiling this already from even before CARES Act. We have been tackling this even with UUFB, and then after that it was CSN funding. So those I know are there in chapters. They have the WIN system, they have their Club C manuals, but it's just a matter of how are we going and which one. So these are the words of our elders that have been calling, and with some of them, and one of them who lost their house recently, I've been spending a lot of time with them, and they listen when I'm there in their house, in their empty house. I usually have our meetings, and they're listening to us. But I know that we are blessed. We are blessed by the holy people to be in this amazing position as the Bemben of all times, in this brave times of the Navajo Nation during this pandemic. It's an honor to serve as an elected leader for our Navajo people. And I commend all of you, Shinanta, and for all the president, the division directors, the chapters, the chapter officials. And I hope that we can say that more often. So, so le shahas kwitzani shastahal nation be hadith shashno kegi be khasi to le kudo ko ashihut josh khana di chashnanta. Thank you. Ahon sohdole.
Thank you, Delegate Brown. Now recognize Delegate Eugene So.
Yes, it's I just hoping that President Nez speak good Navajo and know how to interpret my language. The based his Holiaki, all Zonda, Haila Beta de Nation Zahas Aho, Beta Nis, Ahaunlena, Din Slatin, Dina Hegol, it needs it all the city that has still Nis, based on your innate city, Naya Haliado, make it as Edogi. Instead of on the radar, as Chinese as disadvantages made out of for this not. What is a buying finish on narration leader. The police academy or says a special card, it's ready. Spinner Argus are Carnasset and Nanastick. Hard in the paper at Janson. What a way take it or what he can do corner in the it at the Tlaguilla. See, paper up. I don't think the warrior like a Christmas and the neck and the not getting young as gonna the son of the Dutch of the gated place or the henna. They don't talk about art that milk as a tart mark either get at the lair. They don't irrigation canal Bunsen and lay valley story. I don't done house screen his honest lake in that nest recovery center. He needs in across the Navajo Nation. No, I just talk. I don't he don't I don't be any. Originally, the chaos is I don't choose either. See what's house the 8 chaos. But yes, your date, your caught it out of the Ada as he said it was Kakades, Hotel, the car is one Harry office complex, and just ask a credit. And Lindy Sapanson case, she asked it up on some case, where they say I thought and I thought hard assassins. I don't doubt. The Miss Albert Soul Coastal, the Queen of Hada, sheet 1940. Ati hot sago, other research at the county needed the late on the business. The let up in the short industrial erosion control that he created. Other law has in late valleys, good ya. That's not as tall as you not a dam, but a water spreader. Now, you know, put out on nothing's cost. What the had the young days is aided to choice nice and says Lego ya. A other beshi ahnas, it does. A Halia beshi is a part of the range management. So everyone has to be working. It so it up in the certain dams up in beneath as Dalia. A big home is a check to the Christian back who fund has need all the greater that at Opat in Shokai Hotel across the Navajo Nation. Everybody pitch in with their heavy equipment. It's straight to Hajot. I think they're still there. I think not. I think topic. What touch or touch at the house. Middle or what the rush. Where half when are we going to stop that water from erosion? I don't even Lake Colorado, River. To be hidden over care that he gosh. That needs to be considered, and we need to stop and keep that water on the Navajo Nation. I need aid. The baseball does agua 20 days. If it goes back into the water table, but so to rebuilding all these deteriorated areas. Has auto has auto chill. Said, oh, you're not just sweet and shit. All these things. That's where this money should be going, because this is going to be the future. But the bus and they go. Because 8 on this case. I don't think see the naked cannot on none of us. The nanny said, shot, see the to either not. But I shown she had the hair because it about the either other rat water, but those shots and that how much it had Adams and Lord and DDU when needs to be stopped. I think we need some officers in there for at least 3 years to round up these dogs. I don't that they need a horse program. We need to start thinking about that. Develop a horse program where we can train all these horses. Some can be for recreation, some might be for rodeo. So they will start on the all these things can be developed from these horses. Of course, and it's here. We need to get some of these things going sort of for the future. Basically, not none. I don't across the Navajo Nation today. You see what so your number one thing is your fire department too, along with the police department, your hospital. Hey, you see, the fire department. We need new fire trucks. We need new firemen in there. So you see, make it says that's where the money should go. I don't have to check that Nestle Halati problem and the right order being Harage Beta then across the Navajo Nation. Seen we get this Pizolia. Seen task for escaping the industry. I don't the called now has only about the base of that only a recovery, no recovery plan. Condace that Naketa had in the shot, but never Nahas. So they need to recover their hurt physically, emotionally, spiritually, mentally. They need to have some help. For them to recover from their loss. But I was upon that case, you see them, you see the base. I don't that these are needy crap vessels on there. It's really not anything, but that should be what they should have been given ever since we came back from the long walk. And there should be annual $2 trillion a year, or even billion a year. Oh, you see, for your state. The long walk. Well, we are none of it in this card. I don't get a hold of me. I didn't so bound not as I don't know. There's a lot of loss, human loss, lives. They need to give us at least $2 billion every year, and they have to have that trust responsibility. It on it or to either. Oh, could you 638 these hospitals should be free, the schools should be free, the roads be that they should be ours on the ship. We don't have to pay for it. Say man. I put out on such case. I think that needs to put some lawyers on it. We need international lawyers because we're living by treaty. We don't have international lawyers. They that on such case. Didn't to the Constitution. Yeah, you've been such case on the Hatado in Nato, so has sent out of it. Eight are in concept. Yeah, eight are seen on. Case so yeah, out of the since so did we need to redevelop our natural resource. That's where some of the money should go across the Navajo Nation watershed. There's 5 watersheds on the Navajo Nation that was approved. That needs to be revived and start on it. That's where the money should go. Yeah, the has negative asked for the chin that that's chinese because these are some of the issues that I'm thinking about to recover. No, it's not the next side don't need a compound such case. Because they are I don't these are lost for I think we should put some money in there, maybe at least $40 million to start off a home loan, veterans home loan, but it needs maybe 100,000, 125 with a little interest on it up in the East Chico. We need to start thinking that way. So basically was allowed on the needs between the Iliad as a I'm a 50% disabled American veteran. I get my money from the VA. And then ye high to call it a court on set a what we're doing is we're paying somebody we're buying things for somebody that they're going to make money out of. You water it on the day, say electricity, there's broadband, there's art, who's going to be making money out of it. I put the hold on this case. I need we have trust responsibility. We have to start telling the United States government they have that trust. They have to start doing that. All that over case high. What I would on such case. These shared his business. I not president or vice president with Besahinan, don't have Chini talk any knowledge. I don't the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Nishida hot not in the share. Cody Bonnet, I need one time thing that one in a lifetime thing. I need your Australia, but also I see I need a clear behind the Lia. I did based on Hana and Dehot Aban Fitches or in John Dolly. I don't what's over yard a teacher, but we can turn it into something else where it's going to be a lifetime thing for us. In the Hashini, it ain't only. I don't share. She's not arguing out of the Ahlan net or Ashin and she didn't need those. It's a dot in house. Yeah. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. I'd like to say a few words.
Okay, Delegate Yellowhair, we'll put you in the queue. Colleagues, it's 8:25 p.m. I just want to remind everyone that we do have staff that need to return home and have to drive. They don't have the luxury of performing their jobs from their homes. So let's just please be mindful of everyone who makes this whole endeavor happen. Moving on down, we have Delegate Raymond Smith. I'll recognize Delegate Smith, and then there's a follow-up from Delegate Charles Newton. Then we'll go back to the presenters, and then Delegate Yellowhair. Thank you very much. Delegate Smith, you're recognized.
Shed Lad, Pro Temp, Dewey, Honorable Slater, Adoshan and Dad, and Osnegi, committee members. Adokor, Lad of the Sindagis to the President, OPV staff, and Osnegi Chaco, Paulson Chaco. Yeah, good afternoon, good evening. I just saw how they did it. Oh, it's a 90. So that's was not now. Did it Bande Jenigi, ARPA Funzigi. They did Fatnas the Lida, no. Paush 8 by those things. Donna Hodanine, District 17. Uncle Doid Sada. Hey, but that's the needles Ado. Heidi La A had larger dollars. Oh, one does it. Twitter does it. Bishop Sheet does it. Da Bishop Sheet and Sikisi de Clinigi. Oh, Nanda, Lang Hoda, the Siso Boy. Chitasot Anigi. Jay Ashinadi, Kidigi. Aquila, Yalagi, Jabad or Lee. Land, Yalha de Sunday, Washington Day. Oh, did it. Bendo Nesto, be Atos Nesto. Corner, that Egi, near state of it now. Ha, since did it. Oh, this ha, one. Asad is not in the milk, so when they lap Yal Jabad or Litano. Oh, Jene, a condet. I see though, not close to Kada. Ako, Heidi La ha, Yalagi, Hashnay Lam, Fish the Cheap, Ado Twitter, Twinley, or one jet, Bendo Nish. Ado Bishop Cheat at Egi. They get at Enigi, I see who want to get down. Oh, one Lana needs in Benina to Cousin Sanas, it's at the. Oh, you'd Sanas, Kaido, oh, one. So be at the. I see the La, which now it's at Egi, ko Skilo Dan. I don't try as really sad, I know, yeah. And they shot G-shed the Linigi, Ada, Bayat, Skito, when you could Kadani Caspenina, Kadanda, Rodis Gazado, Leto, Yasta, Zasta, a caution and dad, and Linigi. Adoshan and dad, Sludge doesn't dagi, Sitsilla, Dia be his Ani, Adana Hodana. Bez Ani, Nike Bez Ani, I don't lay Washington, Bez Ani. I seen he could test this. I could do Yash Water. Kilo Bendo, Nistot Kilo A hand later there. A land or Koda Nikla, and a southern or car. Edo Dan are sources that in the Jaggy shot a lot of lands, the Klinigi, not so speed a halonigi. Something to in the bottle. Not right away. Koda Nikla. Ako di behas ani lahat ando kasako. Sheban this case dide behas ani not kanzo yat etole. Ado behas ani do not kanzo de da. The handle the shigi contractors that the ninigi eba only ilanan sindida chinandako legislative council bani ashmola shahan taro benachiha ani shahada that the mito behazani shahadando kaso benachiha skito bendo so they NTUA do nekadat egi do the IHS so that bananish workers by the halonction and that on city ko ha adolni I don't think his senators are still ordered was dodged Senator Kelly do cinema he caught was bibe his ani how ando kas banachi ha di yalagi anati nakinachi they da natin 2024 ajada yalbedo astigedoni of course and others the born needs ash at bendo nisto that egi lana needs many na cares money gi ha so you yalagi which hardship and yeah a jabalia of course and I don't know sinigi did it hazy but he kato what that egg was this case sa na wait I sa da bendo nisto there's ani ndo kaso that ba do they skito lana sindida ako shinanda no sinigi what that be had this to na the kid be lot dida ako shinanda other the we see the meal so honey let that yon so the yalgi ha ashbon it and they na kinachi are we going to use it all? That's the question, Chinanda. Ako kane jato da ban side keso da the lit over yatke ha do nita. Ako di ni so do na che ha muta be hadis dida Chinadi could be sadida. Ako he la Chinanda sui.
Thank you, Delegate Smith. Moving on down, we have Delegate Charles Newton. Delegate Charles Newton, you're recognized.
Can you hear me? Hello? Delegate Slater?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Thank you. And thank you, colleagues. I know it is getting late, so my question is actually just going to be very short. There was a comment made about all of the projects that are coming down and how you're working with your division directors. This council has not received a list of the projects yet, and I think it's important that we receive this list prior to the work session that is being discussed, so that we have an idea of one, what projects are within our community, and then two, I think that this project list needs to be shared with the people, since we are talking about the people and since we use their census number to get the money that we have. So I think, again, it is important that we get this listing right away and make sure that our communities are well aware of the projects that you, the executive branch, the office of the president and vice president, is proposing at this time should be on the list for our communities. I think that feedback is important from our people. So if I can get that list prior to the work session, I think that that will help me in terms of, as was stated, looking at the future, not looking at right now our immediate needs. At the same time, I do want to caution that many of our people have passed and they're still struggling. If we don't have the people, then we don't have a future. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any other requests to speak aside from Delegate Yellowhair, so I'm going to recognize Delegate Yellowhair and then we'll return to President Nez and Mr. Chaco. Delegate Yellowhair, You're recognized.
Chair, Pro Tem Chair, this is Rick Nez. Could you put me in the queue?
Yes, Shanola, I'll add you into the queue. Delegate Yellowhair, you're recognized. It looks like you're muted, so if you're speaking, please press *6.
Good evening. Pro Tem Chair Chef, for being a tough guy like this is 8:30. They are sleeping till after midnight. Here she President Nando Adon is also Chaco here for the talking about funds. We talk about CARE Act money. We talk about EPRA money. Two things we talk about. There's a lot of money still in our hand. I don't need. We're crowned numerous Navajo. We get by hot Sunday here. She out in Kenya. President Nance. Largest I don't have any yard. Is she on card? Nance card. She thought she Austin hockey is down. On the share. She I don't share she for signed a legislation for that $19,500,000 for a road to be paved, 8031 road. We're really behind 5 decades. Gosh, yo, ni kain lo siye. Ba hensen shito yego. Yo, yego hikna nishiki eto his songit. What on shite eteliako. Kodi kare peso tonight. I'm not wasting my time. I'm already prepared to submit a road that was not lying the Jewish pesos and the Dako. It innovated. It is by glacier. It's not paved to this chapter. 110 chapter, deep like method of by glacier. To Conde, which go not or glacier, about 2.5 miles. That's exclude to the road to that we need to really consider. I think has committee should cut or should see with the snow on what Daniel so I think could Aji with Panetish Aji we're gonna reaffirm that resolution. So we're short by 1,000,005 so Aji not is so out on the mini mill water line project near Tobayaki. I'm not wasting my time. I want to bring this back again. I think this EPRA funds, American Rescue Plan Act funds, that should cover them. I 20 hours in never change how they taught them. Jim Ballard, Sean told it all with that that all close up no. Every can't be cut. Tradition in there. I live on the east side of Peabody. Shane hit on here then at the Tonda Hike. Christian car on the Shar and us in the data. The hotel call it Okonda, she finished then so. A quiet a home, she had it's Diane's cake. I say that the listeners to the aircraft fund 2025 be Robinson. Junigo out to the candidate after New Year. We work very hard. We are ready to work the team. The 8031 then so the year was the husband here no. I attend the field so a yoba Henson don't you know to has the Percy Dale that is us joint yes any we talk about a row 8031 that was really good Johnny out on the Bessie Elm Asik Eshadini try your best to try hot echo a console about this here let's work and do less talk and take care of business. Let's go forward. Could it ask or none this year? Could it CARE Act money hardship paying any but the gay acting controller. So I see I yashita funding a court. Nugek the CRP round Duncan. So has the night we later. CRP certificate which we later. She at the sun opinion seat. So you take cattle sun in hand. J. Epicare to double kidney. Indian block certificate. 80 dollars. Don't hit what they later, but I need $800 they later. A quaggy, let's give that help our people so these people can get paid from hardship pay. Oh, yeah, Japanas, Shida. I want to several getting late. I want to the other hat, even the slanky, she yet all lighter. What about in a business on yeah, they they're not deep and you don't take it. Had all the tradition. I need that car teacher. One error that bring this back in. I need a Jason John, but Toba total 110 chapters. Total 8 not for Sardine estimate cost, so we can get a reservoir or dam that can be repaired or restored. And instead of so we're going to have enough water supplies for next year. Back in the thing in the AA 110 chapter legislation this was even not she ebe haditi ashande could thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate Yellowhair. President Nez, I'm going to return to you.
Oh, thank you again, Pro Temp Speaker, and 24th Navajo Nation Council. I think the agreement is to come back together and end the project listing through an expenditure plan. Right now, the vision is vetting these projects, getting them categorized based on the U.S. Treasury guidelines. And some of those, we call them the low-hanging fruit projects like the CSN, the UUFB, the unfinished CARES projects are being vetted through the Department of Justice. And that doesn't need to come back to the council based on CJY 4121 because we all know which projects those are. One thing that I want to highlight is the fund that will be available for the lost revenue. Right now, we're up at $230 million. We can increase that because that there is the amount that we are going to be utilizing for the new projects based on the Treasury guidelines. And we're hoping that the work session for next Tuesday regarding the Budget and Finance Committee resolution that was approved will give us an overview of the processes for how to use certain dollars under the American Recovery Plan Act. And then we will come back together soon as we did at Twin Arrows, talk about those 3 expenditure plans. And we just want to say to the council, appreciate the support. We do have to have a discussion about what new projects will be Opposed? Local chapters and also Navajo Nation wide projects. And we look forward to that discussion. Paulson, Chief of Staff.
Thank you, Mr. President, and also Mr. Chair Pro Tem, Delegate Slater, and the honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, all the division directors and enterprises that are on the call. Thank you. Just to address a few of the items that were posed to the Office of President Chief of Staff's office. Delegate Brown had some very good comments to the division directors and also to the enterprises, Cash and Delegate Brown. Again, as I indicated earlier on, these are unprecedented times. And to spend this amount of money in that short amount of time is unprecedented as well. And as I also alluded earlier on, never has this much collaboration been done amongst the executive branch and divisions. We have meetings every Thursday with infrastructure, regulatory support, and division directors meeting on every Thursday. And they all show up for these meetings and they all have their inputs. And that is as a result of what we presented on all of the sections within the legislation CJY 4121. We've met most of those deadlines. And we've produced a project list for Citizen UUFB and also CARES Act. Those projects will be underway by next week, almost amounting to 200 million. So the charge from the council was to implement that. And I believe, and we have made those goals, and I appreciate all of the division directors and all the enterprises coming as a team to get this thing done. And Delegate Brown, thank you. To address Delegate Eugene So, he has a list of numerous projects. I believe the list is public. The police academy, the irrigation canals, the recovery center, an office complex, irrigation and dam projects, animal control, sports program, fire department, police, and a few other ones. And those are the ones that most likely are in some of these plans that the chapters have forwarded to Division of Community Development. Dr. Yellman is in charge of that, and we've been also meeting with her on all those chapter requests that came in. I believe there was like 500 project requests that came in, and those projects were moved to various divisions in those different categories. Some chapters wanted road improvements, and we moved those to transportation garage shop. Some chapters wanted public safety facilities, and we moved those over to Jesse's shop. So those are that's how we handle the chapters, but we'll get back with Council Delegate Eugene So on those project requests, and we'll make a report on that as well. To address your Delegate Smith, there's some question that came up with regards to projects as well. And again, as we stated in our presentation, and also from the president, those project lists, the new project lists, we're requesting a leadership meeting with both council and the president's office and the enterprises and the divisions, so that we can get some direction on what those project lists will be. As I indicated earlier, again, we do have a preliminary list that we are now taking a look at, which consists of broadband, wastewater, cistern systems, housing, and several others that we have a list for. And we are still working with the enterprises and the divisions to not vet those, but potentially have some projects that may be ready to go. And we will share that as well. We are having a meeting with all the enterprises and all the divisions on Monday, but we're moving that to Wednesday. So we're having that big meeting with the enterprises and the CEOs on that day. So we will get back with you on some of your requests. I know there's some, for instance, you also had a request on archaeological and EA, allottees and right-of-ways. There are two components to that. We have our own internal Navajo Nation review process consisting of like Fish and Wildlife, Land Department, and Historic Preservation Department. That's the regulatory group that we referred to earlier on. They are now working on submitting their budgets for capacity building as well as streamlining some of their system. In addition, you brought up probably at the federal level, such as the laws that pertain to fish and wildlife, the laws that pertain to historic preservation, and also allottee regulations. As we had presented earlier on, we do have a paper, a recommendation paper that has gone to the offices so that we can share that with them so they can start reviewing that as well. Mr. Smith, and we'll respond back to more of those other questions that you have with division directors. Again, they are on the call and they are taking notes and respond back. To address Honorable Delegate Charles Newton, there was a request to have that project list before the work session, which is to be determined. We will again we're having those meetings now with all the key stakeholders within the division and enterprises to come up with that list. So we'll provide that hopefully before the work session. Delegate Yellow Hair, as he stated, I believe the Kitzili school and the road, I believe, is 8066 that he wants to put back on the ARPA funding list. We have been meeting with Department of Justice and also Division of Transportation regarding some of the road projects that may or may not be, most likely are not eligible under ARPA. However, we anticipate the new infrastructure bill that's being debated now in Congress. And hopefully once that is passed, then we'll have the ability to move some of those projects that are coming from the chapters and also from the communities to be placed on that list, that infrastructure bill that's coming down. So we've tasked that with Garrett, and Garrett and his staff have been working on those as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Those are just a few of the comments. Again, we are taking notes and we'll be responding back specifically to some of these questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Nez and Mr. Chaco. Up next, we have Delegate Ricky Nez. You recognized?
Thank you, Pro Tem Honorable Slater. I've been at the council chambers all day, and I know that you agree that you're concerned about their safety going home to their families. So therefore, perhaps we can vote on this now, and then I'd like to make a motion in this call. Thank you. And Slater, perhaps schedule a work session on this again all day so we can have chapters, staff, and then thank you. Back to you, Slater.
Mr. Slater, Pro Temp Slater, I have a follow-up. It's not going to take more than a minute.
Okay, Delegate Yellowhair, can you wait for one moment? Delegate Nez, can you reiterate the request? Are you motioning to move forward? I guess there's no cease debate in Nabi. So are you motioning to adjourn, or are you just requesting colleagues to finish comments and then vote on accepting the report?
Honorable Pro Tem Schnella, I'd like for us to end this discussion and schedule a work and that we can vote on it, Honorable Slater. Respect for my colleagues, let's put on it, and then I can make a motion to adjourn. So I'll just wait. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Shanella. I'm going to treat that as a request to modify to delegates, I believe it's Wanika and So, who are holding the motions to accept the report. And I think the request is to follow through on the work sessions and leadership meetings that have been discussed during this conversation and report. And the speaker, I think, is the one who would be the appropriate entity to follow up with the Office of the President and Vice President. So I think that request needs to be included in the motion to accept. So delegates Wanika and So, do you consent to including that in your motion?
You guys should say, sir.
Okay, Delegate Otto So, are you still on the line?
Chairman Pro Tem, it's actually Honorable Eugene So and Honorable Wilson Stewart.
Oh yeah, that's true. I have this in right here. Okay, Delegate Eugene So, perfect. And you consented. Delegate Wilson Stewart, do you consent as well?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Delegate Yellowhair?
Yes.
I'll recognize your follow-up very quickly.
Okay, thank you very much, Pro Tem Chair. Yeah, it is very true what Paulson Chaco, he explained. I believe what he said about the EPA fund is not very much be used for road construction. So we'll probably be waiting for that big $1.2 trillion then in the Congress hand. Oh, I need what that had behind the Paulson. Out of she get President Naz, pay not legal. Did 8031 road they're going to use it. Kind of not very good highway. They call chip seal. They need a 80 best bezans no could you road I think said on easy bed or need us a real highway. Because in the 8031 Baza Bahatol this after New Year. Once today, thank you, Pro Tem Chair. Yeah, for the floor. Thank you.
Pro Tem, this is Vice Chair Smith, real quick. I'd like to say something. Thank you.
Okay, Delegate Smith.
Thank you very much, Pro Temp Zui Slater, for letting me speak real quick. Shenandada no Kennedy, yeah, la, so the Sazida. Yeah, Boston dated 9402, Bahwishnet, Bakoa Tina AC. Not Tino, though, and Chilo, أي سي دوها إنتلي أكوش ننداد أشمودت بيخين زيدو نتشي هان زيد يال هديدا بديه يدا كندي واشنطن دي كوشي تميل صح نحني زاو أي عادة أوشي بنيد يندي جيدا زوليا أكو أي ها تابتا بعد أسسون تويشنا 9402 كوشي كيد هتلين عاجل لا كيد هتلين كو إذا بعد إذا نهوش خالو دا أيسي كيو تاسي نيارة كو تيجي تيجي بعد تيجي كو مزيدا هي new director Greg Nahu Latolya able wishne so it hinaisi but he company nanigi chinda ostra ado zels and David teen azil clinic this a caution and what out be this stida ashmora here.
Thank you. Committee members, are we ready to vote?
Protem Chair, this is Daniel. Can I say something? 30 seconds?
Yes, this is Nabi. Delegate Daniels, you're recognized.
Thank you, Protem Chair. Ado Kodosnak, Seniki, the Diego, Papa, Ban Yash, Kikodotan Hini, some of us delegates, we didn't get a chance to speak yet, but a Coco Edo Yash, one of Kodona Gaita. We are the Hansi case, we are eight or the Hispanic Corona Gaita. I don't labor, Papa, yes, Kyoto. A question. As I see, Nathan Zaba, yet was it and but I bet the husband yet, Halanako, Arunana Kodoshanala, Never Nation President. So I when I don't hit about when needs and call of course the care a young case or this call. It is a bad handy case or less time. It is Papa has I don't have seen now. Maybe at the work session, say in diet, it's all day without me. I seen that. I see we find the key. Thank you, Mr. Protem Chair.
Thank you, Shadat.
Protem Chair, that was Otto So.
Delegate So, I'll recognize you after Delegate Walker. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Che, Delegate Walker, are you still on? Delegate Walker going twice?
Yes, Protem Chair. So we have a question again. And like my colleagues, I will be brief here in my comments. Basically to the Honorable President, although the Chief of Staff, in the spirit of working together, collaborating, coordinating, and having some common way of helping during these difficult times, although having, in our possession, the amount of resources, financial resources, in Southwest Navajo, the communities of Loop, Talani Lake, there are existing facilities there that could be repurposed for things like manufacturing, because they're there and they're not being in use now. I think those are opportunities to renovate facilities that are standing there, renovate the facilities, bringing them up to standards for use again, repurposing, to bring in some operation like manufacturing plant. We heard through your previous comments, previous plans, and so forth on housing, manufacturing. Communities may have something to offer as far as space and as far as facilities, and certainly the
human resources that are available there, the labor of Navajo men and women. Johnson, we can talk about it, come down, see us, and take a look at what's available. Rather than building, from ground up, a facility to do these types of work, manufacturing. There are some there right in our communities. Yeah, I think it's worth mentioning. Committee members, pro-tem chair, thank you.
Thank you very much. Committee members, are we ready to vote?
To Chase later, I want to.
Later, I was on the line.
Adjournment.
Okay, Delegate So, I'm ready to recognize you. Delegate Otto So, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Pro-Tem. This is very, very important discussion. And Shana, President, we really need to sit down and talk. And we really need to sit down and talk about these things, because the state of the nation is and I don't know if administration sees that, but I see that throughout the Navajo Nation. And I believe that's what my colleagues are really asking for. And Ashonda Ahadit Agota, Nahaban Sinkis, Adonahat Ahayat Ehiti Yad Adichidahnes de Ado Yad Eho. There has Ani Yadon the Yednach, the next Edo to Dokai, Bahadati Parkinson. And I'm really glad you're here. And but we really want to hear you and have that dialogue with you guys one-on-one, so that we can try to take care of the needs of the Navajo people. The Nebinat, Ani Danitle, not a show. And I see, Yego, Nahek, Richard Nahui Nansen, because on the Haban, Sinkis, there's no tonnes, there's a Yego, Nahoti. The Nedo Chon Hashinet not none dodging, so don't Chon that is hot. I don't Chon that in this store, I don't let it that in this or not be the key for big house. Oh, I could ye cut. Oh, Nash and Shana. Uncle I would like to tell you about what the need of my community, Tuba City, is. But my colleagues here all need time. They need that time to tell you the need of the Navajo people. Even don't take this as something that the social issues out there. And the needs for our ranchers and the common Navajo people. I look forward to the work session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Committee members, are we ready to vote? Going twice.
Yes. Ready to vote.
Staff, please proceed to a roll call vote on accepting the report.
Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not vote. Honorable Calvin Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul
Honorable
Begay votes
Begay-
green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Regina Charles Newton. Honorable Regina Charles Newton. Honorable Regina Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber
Charles
Knapp
Newton
Saraswati.
votes red.
Honorable Regina Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati.
Shema Delegate Amber Kenneth Bakrati. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati votes green. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Phelan.
Green.
Honorable Mark Phelan votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes
Honorable Vince,
red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Ricky Ness.
Delegate Rick votes green.
Honorable Ricky Ness votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote
Honorable
Chris.
Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Elliher. Honorable Jimmy Elliher.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Elliher votes green. Going back up, Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
I vote
Honorable
green.
Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Now, Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. With that, Mr. Chair Pro Tem, you have a vote of 17 in favor and 3 opposed. Chair Pro Tem not voting.
Thank you very much. Delegate Ricky Nez, you're recognized to speak.
Motion to adjourn. Delegate Rick Nez. Thank you. Second, Winika.
Second, Halona.
Chair recognizes a motion from Delegate Nez and a second from Delegate Wanika. I believe that's what I heard. To adjourn, and this supersedes all motions. So, staff, can you please proceed to a vote on the motion to adjourn?
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Keelan McGee Jr.
Delegate Keelan McGee Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Keelan McGee Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul McGee Jr.
Delegate Paul McGee votes green.
Honorable Paul McGee Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable
Charles
Eugenia
Newton
Charles
votes red.
Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Knaus-Bakhrati.
Delegate Amber Knaus-Bakhrati. I vote green. Can you hear me?
Amber Knaus-Bakhrati votes green.
Oh, thank you.
Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I'll vote red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Fanau Halona. Honorable Fanau Halona.
Green. Vote green.
Honorable Fanau Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Richie Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes.
Honorable Ricky Nez. Honorable Ricky Nez. Honorable Ricky Nez did not vote.
Delegate Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote
Honorable
green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote is set.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Monica.
Green.
Honorable Edison Monica votes green. Honorable Evan Yazzie. Honorable Evan Yazzie. Honorable Evan Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Ellahare.
Delegate Ellahare votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Ellahare votes green. Going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes red.
Vince James votes red. Honorable Evan Yazzie. Honorable Evan Yazzie. Honorable Evan Yazzie did not vote. With that, Mr. Chair Pro Tem, you have a vote of 16 in favor and 3 opposed. Mr. Chair Pro Tem not voting.
Thank you very much. The Naabik'íyáti committee is adjourned at 9:19 p.m. Thank you very much to the staff, to the presenters, to President Nez, and to everyone for staying up and listening, and most importantly to our people for participating in this process. Have a good evening.
Thank you.